Morning. This board retreat meeting of the Lone Star College System Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:02 a.m. I've asked Trustee Wilson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Next item, roll call. Mike Sullivan present. Miriam Saldivar is not present at this time. Trustee Wilson.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Broussard.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Stoma.
I'm here.
Trustee, thank you. Trustee Mesa. Trustee Maria. Here. Thank you. Trustee Vogt.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Kane.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Chancellor, has the notice of this meeting been posted?
Yes, sir. I certify that the notice of this public board meeting has been posted in accordance with the law.
Thank you, Chancellor. Ms. Barnett, has anyone signed up to offer public comment?
We have no public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Having no speakers who have signed up to speak, we'll move on to our next agenda item, special reports and announcements. Chancellor, do you have any special reports?
Just a real short one today. We did open up the Magnolia Center. Cutting was last Tuesday, and there's several board members there. Thank you for attending. It was a really nice event, really nice facility, and that's it for today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make note that Trustee Vogt gave a passionate speech and comment, and one of the most impactful things that I remember you saying was that the board finally got it right with the hiring of the chancellor. So thank you for your comments. Thank you for being there since it was in your district, the grand opening. I mean,
Yes.
congratulations. All right, trustees, do we have any special comments? I'll start over here. Trustee Vogt.
The facilities that they have now at the newest center are really I was really pleased with the building and the layout and everything. So good job.
Thank you. Trustee Broussard.
I don't, other than just saying I'm glad to see everyone and glad to be back and nice to see everyone's faces.
Good to have you here.
Happy New Year.
Safe to you. And let the record reflect Trustee Mesa has joined us. Morning, Trustee Mesa.
Good morning, Chair.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes, I also attended the ribbon cutting of the Magnolia Center. It's a very, very, very beautiful building, a very beautiful view for the students and the faculty and anybody who just visits the campus. And I'm especially proud that the administration, the chancellor, that they beat the goal that they originally set, because that speaks volumes, right? And for them to have been waiting so long, you can just tell the atmosphere, everybody was excited. So to see the excitement that they had, that Lone Star actually did what they said they were going to do, but did it before, it made me feel really good. So it's a beautiful building. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Murillo.
As far as the report, the only thing I wanted to report on was the attended the commencement exercises for North Harris in December, and it reminds me why I enjoy attending these events. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of in the faces of proud parents and everyone there before the holidays, especially around that time. There's sort of an energy in the air. So congratulations to everyone there and to the students as well.
Thank you, Trustee Kane.
You know, one of the nice things about the December commencement at North Harris was the fact that these students have completed all the requirements and now they're ready to move on. And so I really congratulate Dr. Lambert and his staff for doing that, so that you can catch these students now and honor them with the credentials they've earned. So that was great. I was able to be at the Magnolia Center ribbon cutting as well. It's a great facility. It's going to serve that community very, very well. And when you walk around, it's such a nice environment. And so I think great things are going to be coming from the Magnolia Center.
Thank you, Trustee Mason.
I want to say congratulations to Chancellor Castillo for another great job with record enrollment. I saw that we beat that again, and I'm sure we'll continue beating that. And I'm looking forward to joining the students in DC in a few weeks. Thank you.
Be a good trip.
I think so.
Glad you're going. Thank you for doing that. I'm going to reserve my comments for later during the meeting and board reports. So trustees at your places, each of you have.
Well, Chair, I don't have any comments either. Just appreciate you recognizing me. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, trustees at your places, you each have a folder with 2 recently updated committee charges that outline the function of the Appraisal District Matters Committee and the Chancellor Goals and Evaluation Committee. Those documents are for your reference. And at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Crawl to proceed to the podium. I'm going to make some comments before you start. And Chancellor, just for the record, we do not have board counsel present. Is there anything that we should or shouldn't do, or just on the record, he's not here, move on?
I think we can move on. We have the general counsel here reading legal advice. So I think we're okay.
Okay, trustees, y'all okay with that? I mean, Philip's not here, he's not here, so move on.
Chair?
It's
Mike
yes, sir.
Stone again. I'd appreciate if they would forward all the materials that you guys have in front of you to me, since I have none of them. Thank you.
Miss Barnett, if you will take care of that.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Stoneman, Ms. Barnett has publicly committed to do exactly what you requested. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Crawl's going to give a report on website and a couple other things. I had asked the administration over the last few months to look at our website, our video recordings, our archive recordings of board meetings, and they have run some examples, and we met recently to look at them, and I thought they would be something the board would be excited to see and would probably support. So with that said, Mr. Crawl, if you'll make your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So what I want to do, like you heard Chair Sullivan say, we worked with the Office of Chancellor, the Office of the Board Liaison, our web team, our OTS team have worked together. And what I want to do is I want to show you first what we've done for our board meeting video recordings. And so I want to start with what we have now and then show you what we've put together as an option. So if you go to lonestar.edu/trustees, this is the landing page you see. And so on this trustee landing page, there are links on the side to resources related to the board. And if you click on the board meeting video stream, then you're directed to this is the current landing page. So here you see links to all the video recordings of the board meetings. And those go back for a few years, actually to 2017. If you click on one of those links, and so the example I'm using here is the last board meeting we had in December. So if you click on one of those links, you'll be directed to YouTube, and you'll see a YouTube recording of the video. And on the right, this is a screenshot of what you see. Is you see the screen is filled with the active slide that's being presented, and in the upper right hand corner is the video of the entire room. So you can see this up here. We have the whole room displayed up in that right hand corner. So what we would like to do, that's what we have now. So what we put together is, first of all, a new landing page for the trustee videos. That landing page you see still has each of the meetings, but for each meeting it has 2 links. One link goes to the traditional YouTube version, so you can still click on that and see the YouTube recording. The other goes to the Zoom recording. And so if you click on that Zoom recording link, then that brings you to a view like this. So this is there's a lot of additional features that have been added by going to Zoom. So in the Zoom window, you still see the active slide. See that here. You also see all the active cameras. So we have cameras, the 3 cameras directed at the dais for the trustees. The trustees are, you can see the dais online. Also, one of the cameras is directed at the podium. So anytime there's a public speaker, anytime someone comes up there to give a presentation, that window is active. They'll be displayed online. And also any trustees that have joined online are displayed there. So Trustee Mesa was virtual at the last meeting. So you can see him right there. And so some of the features that you can't see, this allows you to resize the window. So if you do want to see the active slide, you can move this back and forth to change the size. It also in the Zoom window, for all of our board meetings now, we have the transcriptionist who is actually putting in the text that was spoken live, and which is much more accurate than the automated bots that translate, the transcribe. And so then, in addition, there's an icon at the bottom. If someone were to wish to see the American Sign Language interpreters, they can click on that, and they'll have our interpreters who are right here, displayed right next to the slide. So that's part of the video. So that is what we've provided as an option.
Yeah, good. What caused me to look at this and ask the administration to look at improving it is that initially all I saw was a picture of the boardroom. I couldn't see who was present. I couldn't hear who was speaking. I couldn't see, and I didn't think I think this is better accountability, better transparency, better record keeping, better archiving, and we'll actually be able to see trustees speaking when they speak. In that the owl camera, they call it's going to have 3 trustees visible. So for instance, now if we had it and one of you spoke, it would show all 3 of you, but at least we'd be able to see who was speaking. And then if it comes over to this side and one of you speaks, we'd be able to see it. Compare that to the old system, which was what we've kind of fondly started to call the football field version, which was just being in NRG Park and you see 60,000 people and can't tell who's talking. Very similar. So much more transparent, better record keeping, better archives. And if someone prefers the old system, they can go click on the YouTube link, the YouTube column, and they can still see the old system. So that is what drove me. That's why we are where we are, just based on a few questions that I had to the administration. So any questions, we'll start with Trustee Murillo.
Sounds great.
Trustee Kane,
I like it. I think it's great.
Trustee Mesa.
I agree. You read my mind. I had the same opinion whenever I would see the football field.
Right, yeah. I couldn't tell who was talking, and it actually was hard for me to determine who was voting a certain way, which we had to go back to the manual. The agenda to see who voted out. So it's going to be really good. Trustee Wilson.
I have a question. So when they go live, when they're watching the meeting live, what does that look like? Is it the same?
It's similar to what we see. Jacob, can you pull that up?
It would be in Zoom, right? Watching.
Would it be the Zoom view or the YouTube view? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's as I understand. So I'm going to look at OTS to help me out. It's a third view. It's what you see.
So, yeah,
right now.
if you don't mind.
Please.
So live, when they open up Zoom, what you see on this screen is what they will be able to see.
Okay.
So they will have the PowerPoint below them. They will have each of the owl cams, which are the dais center, dais left, and dais right. Any trustees that are online, and also public comment if that also happens.
Okay. I just wanted to see if it's the same, like if it's changing things.
So basically it's the same view that we see in the boardroom on the day of. Correct.
Cool.
Good. Trustee Broussard.
Very nice, very good. Thank you.
Trustee Vogt.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you. Trustee Stoma.
Yeah, significant improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Crawl, please.
Okay. One of the other things that Chair asked us to look into was the board webpage. And we're just going to show you the current version and a proposed version. The current version is trusted organized by district number, and this optional version is one that's organized by officer and then by district number, which is similar to the slide we showed for roll call.
Thank you. And the reason I suggest this is that for someone that's not following system business regularly, they have to go down through all the trustees to find out who the chair, vice chair, well, who the board officers are. So if you go over to the right, someone from outside the system or is not following us closely, they'll see the officer positions first, followed by the trustees. Now, for anyone who might be thinking, well, this is all about Sullivan because he's now at the top of the list. No, I won't be chair forever, right? And I'll rotate down to next to the bottom with trustee Kane. You're District 9, I'm District 8. So probably in the not too distant future, I'll rotate out and others will rotate in based on the board elections that we have. So I think this will highlight and make it easier for the public to see who our board officers are and then all the other trustees as well. One is not more important than the other trustee because we're all trustees.
That's right.
We're all equal. So with that said, anything else, Mr. Crawl?
No.
Okay, trustee Stoma, anything from your end before I make some other comments?
No, sir, I think your last point was an important point to realize that we're all equals here. And there should be no hierarchy of authority or whatsoever, quite honestly. The board serves at its pleasure, the officer serves at their pleasure, but there's certainly no hierarchy of responsibility on the board. We're a team.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
When is all this going live, the changes?
We can go live,
It's
At the next board meeting?
At your pleasure.
yeah, at the next board meeting.
Okay, I didn't know, I'm just trying to find out. I'm just trying to find out like what's the.
Timeline is.
Timeline.
Well, it's a good point because back to trustee Stoma's comment about us being a team, I could have arbitrarily made the decision, but it's not my style because we're all a team.
Right.
And I'll do whatever perfunctory responsibilities and duties I have as board chair. But other than that, y'all say to me, I'm going to engage you and ask for your input, and together we'll come up with decisions. Might not always be unanimous, but certainly be consensus. So with that said, yes, sir, Trustee Kane.
What are the pros and cons about making all of this live effective immediately?
I can tell you the video page is live right now. We need to link it to the board page and we could make it happen very quickly.
I mean, I don't see a downside to just
Right.
going ahead and
Yeah, that's all.
making it live now.
I agree.
Let me share some experience having dealt with systems implementations where you're implementing new changes like this. You really need to have a communications out to the community to let them know about these changes before you spring it on them. It's just good practice to do it. So you should communicate this out to all the stakeholders. Certainly the board knows about it now, but even to the public who may be attending to say, things have changed and here's what has changed. Now, how you do that, you can figure that out, but that communication becomes important. Either that or people become confused when they first see it. And then that may spawn some other inquiries, let's just say. That's my professional advice to you.
Can I make a comment?
Thank you, Trustee Stoma. Yes, ma'am.
When you all make the new changes, could you all just do a banner? Hey, things have changed at Lone Star. This is the new, instead of sending a mass thing out for everybody, because everybody doesn't always go to the website. You know what I mean? But if somebody's new going to the website that normally goes, couldn't that just be like a banner that says things have changed, or hey, we're growing or we're improving, or you know what I'm saying? Forward thinking.
That was actually part of our discussion.
Okay.
Believe it or not, when we were
Great.
talking about when we first looked at this with OTS and the the chief of staff, board liaison, and others. We talked about pop-up banner and all kinds of things. And I think with the comments today, which have been really good, and I'm gonna come back to you, Trustee Murillo. I think we should just let the system do what the system does
Right.
with respect to marketing, messaging,
Right.
branding and those things. And we've already told the administration and the system now to go live.
Mhm.
So they'll go live and they'll do all the work in the background
Right.
to support that as well. And the February board meeting, I have an out of town commitment. So that will be the first live. And Trustee Salazar already has it on her calendar to run that meeting
Right.
as vice chair. So wish I could be here to see it, but I won't be. So Trustee Maria.
Yeah, on this issue, on the topic of public scene. Like many of us, some of you, often encourage some of our constituents, people that express interest or business. I communicate when we have our board meetings, so they can, and where we have it. So that they can experience what it's like, what's going on. So I can see how this could help if we make it a little bit more friendly in terms of banners or whatever it is. But ultimately, maybe, and then we can discuss this as, you know, ways that we can make it easier for us to simply send somebody a link. So I mean, all these ideas are popping up, right? But I just wanna, anything that we put up, think about it from the standpoint of somebody going up there for the first time. And, you know, it's the whole thing about navigation and all that, but, I think I'm excited the fact that there's, that can be done and be a little bit more enticing, a little bit more interesting looking. I mean, we all like that, right? The bells and whistles part of it. So that bridge right there is, how do I get it to the constituents, you know, whether it's through an email or whatever, I just wanna make it easy on them. That's it.
Good comment. Before we move on, let me thank all the people that work on this, the Office of the Chancellor, the marketing web team, and the Office of Technology Services who contributed to what you've just heard about. And if y'all would just stand, anybody that worked on the project, stand real quick, even though there's nobody from the public here, please. Thank you. Mr. Crawl's already standing. We applaud you as well. But really, all kidding aside, thanks to everyone in the work. All right, now, Mr. Crawl, would you proceed to describe the proposed change to lodestar.edu board landing? You've done that. Presentation's been made. Crawl exit stage right. And we've done that. So next item on the agenda is budget review, which will be led by the Chancellor and the CFO, Dr. Bien. If you please come forward and give the chance to lead us through this, please.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a conversation today. For just some context, I've really broken the presentation around the agenda a little bit into two parts. So kind of give you a highlight of what we've been doing the last year, really looking at what the departments have been working on, what activities, processes directly related to the finance piece. And then also at the second part, really kind of taking a look forward, looking at FY27. So I hope to kind of give it to you as an overview. So about halfway through, according to the agenda, I've got a good breaking point where we can take a break and then we'll continue on. So just wanted to let you know this, the style for this morning, just to kind of have that year in review. So please, as always, ask any questions, clarifying if you want additional information now or things we can get to you in the future. This is by no means all the big activities that are going on. We wouldn't have enough time for that. But do want to highlight some of the things that are relevant to the topic today. And so again, as we look at some of the things, I specifically wanted to highlight procurement because that has been a significant topic over the years and working to improve that area and that processes. And as well as a couple of things. I know, and you'll be getting a copy of this presentation. So I'll make sure that all of you have copies and things along that line. But some of the things to highlight is one of the things that we've worked on this past 2 years really is purchasing efficiency. Really working to see how long it takes from the end user, the person, the boots on the ground, getting things done all the way to completion, right? Because that does impact our budget authority, impacts projects. Working very closely with the system teams as well as the campus teams and division on what that looks like. What road barriers, what obstacles can we break down to improve that process while still ensuring that all compliance, procurement rules, all of those things, right? Because procurement is meant to be slow to ensure that we don't break all the rules, that we do all the things right, but we also have to have a level of responsibility and efficiency to get things through, right? Dr. Johnson and her team did a phenomenal job getting Magnolia together, right? But they had a very tight timeline working with. So our teams worked very closely to ensure that things were planned out, worked on. That building is beautiful. They did a tremendous job. And like I said, but it was a lot of that. We want to make sure that we are supporting those teams because the things that we do in procurement can impact that opening, right? Those are the things. So we want to be mindful of that and respectful while also ensuring all of the compliance pieces. We also looked at government's planning and how we identified commodities and things like that to be proactive. Y'all saw that in some of the BAIs that you saw in September and October, and we're going to get better about that. I only bring that to light because again, those are items as you start to see different BAIs or format. What we're trying to be is proactive, right? We want to be able to anticipate the needs while still giving you some reasonable expectations of what that, where you don't expect a blank checkbook, but how do we operationalize that so we can anticipate planning, we're better about knowing what those things are, and then we get the compliance and procurement things out of the way. So we're going to continue to modify that so we get better. It's easier for you to understand. It's easier for our end users to grasp and understand. And so how do we support that? So again, those are all the conversations that are going on behind the scenes to make sure that we're making it transparent from the taxpayers down to the person who's buying the supplies, right? And what that looks like and what that end stream is, and building some dashboards to better track how long that takes. Where can we improve? Gathering customer service feedbacks. Where is the communication? So there are little things, but I wanted to make sure that you understand a lot of the time and intentionality. We've heard feedback, and so we want to continue to improve upon that. We've also broadened supplier engagement. I know we had the pleasure, I think the team ran in to Trustee Murillo at maybe one of the Kingwood events. And that's just an example of where we're actually going out to the chambers. We're actually going out to community events and setting up tables to actually communicate with our small businesses on how they do business with Lone Star. How can you be a part of our RFP or bid process? How can you get set up as a bidder? We think that's as equally important as communicating the process on our side to communicating it to our small businesses in the area who want to be able to do business with us. And as a government entity, that can be sometimes intimidating for the folks that we serve, right? Not everybody who owns a small business knows how to do all the steps, if you will, that we're required to go through. So we've been having some intentionality and welcome additional opportunities, as you are aware of them, where it might be worthwhile or beneficial for the community for us to have a presence. So again, just highlight that because that's something that we want to go out and we have an intentional employee that is their job, right? Is to really work with those small businesses to get them involved and educated. And so also working on training for our teams and digital clarity and support. So again, I don't want to go through all of those items, but just some high level items that we've been talking about to reduce, not only increase efficiency, but to reduce cost. Because we have found significant savings with a lot of the projects where we've been able to work together as a team and maximize whether it's cooperatives, RFPs, whether it's competitive bidding, but really working with the tools that we've implemented in the last year to ensure that we've saved funding. So just recently, we were working with one of the campus teams. Their original estimate on the project was $270,000. The procurement team worked with them, and when that was done, I think the total spend was about $150,000. So we were able, just by working together, using all the tools, to shave off a substantial amount of the project, allowing more money to go back in to be used for other things to serve students. So that's just an idea of some of the things that we've been working on. We wanted to highlight that hub. That is something that is currently being worked on. I know we had a couple of questions come up about this in the past. And so in December of 25, the comptroller actually changed what the hub program looks like and how that is to be operationalized. So we've been working very closely with OGC on that process and how we can ensure that we're following all of the the new, rules related to that, if you will, and making sure that we're still, working on our small businesses, promoting that, and that everybody understands the new process with that. So the revised rule did eliminate some of that, the changes to that, and now the program is administered based on race, ethnicity, and is a sex neutral basis. So that is one of the key things, while also looking at its veteran service as a part of that process. So we'll be providing additional information to you all, but it has been a very active topic. So I want to make sure you were aware that we were actively working on that for implementation, for our future RFPs. Grants, that if you've been following the news, if you're following higher education in general, grants has been a hot topic. So it's not something I would typically bring forward because it's a lot of questions about it, a lot of movement. I wanted to make sure that you had a good idea and sense of where our current grant standings are. So when you look at it right now as a system, so there's system-wide grants, there's campus grants, they look very different, right? So not all grants are created equal. Some are $5,000. We have some, they're several $1,000,000, right? So just kind of put that in perspective. And currently, at the time that I was preparing this, we have 71 total active grants system-wide that value approximately $36 million. So there's again, huge range of what that value is, when they're operationalized and how long we have on board. Just in this fiscal year, we've had new grants awarded of about $7.3 million. So that's very good in terms of working that, as well as we've been very strategic as of what grants we've been working with the campuses and the systems to actually apply for. Trying to be more intentional about what we're looking at and how that's implemented across the system and how it impacts employees, right? Especially in a time where it's been a lot of flexibility, a lot of fluidity with grants, if you will. We did have 3 grants that were non-renewed, and one of those that we've worked very closely with the teams to ensure minimal impact to the students and the programs that we serve. But we did have 3 that did impact at least 3 of the various campuses that we serve. And so, like I said, we're again continuing to work on ways that we can continue to enhance those services and that the students in the end are not being impacted. So the Kingwood Title V is still, it's 2.1 million. It's still active, but it is ending early. So we're still in the process of having that one, but it's not going to be for as long as what it was originally intended. Again, there's a lot of grants to highlight. I only picked these 2 specific ones to highlight, mainly because their impact to students. Again, when we're looking at grants, there's grants for academic programs, there's grants for student support. What we're really trying to be intentional are what are those grants that are out there that help our students, especially when we would typically use like auxiliary funds, which is our most minimal fund. So I pointed out these 2 because I think this is really those type of grants that we want to strive to reach for, because they really do impact our students directly. You know, it really is about getting that directly to the students that we serve. And so when we look at the Houston Endowment, we received a $500,000 award for that to maximize funding on student completion. And that is looking at strengthening dual credit, workforce alignment, transfer pathways, really working on how we enhance that service and program and strengthening our ability to be more efficient for student success efforts across the system. And again, that is one that really highlights the partnerships that Academic Affairs, Dr. Kishala's area really has with our ISD partners, our dual credit partners. So that is a great program that we're working on there. And then again, $150,000 was awarded for emergency aid and technical assistance to colleges. Again, 150 may not sound like a tremendous amount, but it is funds that we are able to get directly to students to serve them in similar times like we may have this weekend, right? How do we work to impact students directly when they may have emergencies? So it allows us to use basic needs assistance through our already existing care framework, which I'll share with you in a second. But it allows us to expand our capacity and help retain those students who may have emergency needs and services. So again, not our biggest grants, not some of the ones, but ones I wanted to at least highlight for you because of their impact to students. And again, looking at our highlights for our financial position. So I'm very happy to say that Lone Star College System is in a very healthy position. So that's always great news, right? I know it's not the news that is being shared across the nation. When I go to national meetings, when we're talking to other CFOs, it's not necessarily the same message, right? A lot of schools are having to make reductions. They're having enrollment declines. And so we are blessed, based on the board's leadership, the chancellor's leadership, our wonderful colleagues, to be in an environment that's not only supporting the system, but continues to thrive. So I think that says a lot about your leadership, the chancellor's leadership, and the mission that we have. Because again, when I was at the national business meeting, about 90% of the CFOs were talking about having negative decline. So I think we're in a very small percentage of those. So I do want to count our blessings for that, but also highlight it. So our success for this past year. So when the ACPR was completed, which you will have that presentation in March from the external auditors, our modified net position was $355 million. So that has significantly increased over the last 4 years, continuing to get better each year. We've continued to improve our cash flow modeling. And so basically, in simple terms, that just means we're really making sure that we not only know what funds we have coming in, what expenditures are going to be expected, working very closely with Dr. Johnson and her team on capital projects. Because a project like Magnolia that we're running through the system, there are going to be large payments that are due now that construction will be completion and completion. So we need to be prepared for that as a system to know that money needs to be available to pay POs and things like that. So it's very basic thing, but it is something that has to be really, worked on every day to ensure that the cash flow modeling, and when you're not in need of those funds, they're being invested to the greatest potential, right? That's really what it is, because you want to have money in the checking to pay the bills, but everything else in the savings account to gain the best amount of interest. So that's the easiest way to say, but we've worked a great deal this past year on that. Budget year to date, as a reminder, this is through December. I know you didn't get to see the December, we haven't seen the December financials yet because they'll be coming in February. So I want to give you that 43.2% of revenue year to date as of December had been received, but only 28% in expenditures. It is in line with previous years, but we do significantly trend down in expenditures compared to revenue. So that's always a good thing. But it does indicate that we're highly likely to have budget authority remaining at the end of the year that could potentially go back into reserves or projects. We're continuing to monitor that. We want to make sure funds get to where it's needed and that funds are allocated to projects that are upcoming. But again, any budget unexpended will go directly into our reserves. So that's always a good thing, right? Allowing us to save up for rainy days as we need them. And our current total portfolio return is 3.975%. So again, our main goal as an investment portfolio is not necessarily growth. We're not invested in the stock market. We're not looking at high level things. We're really in treasuries and things of such to maintain security. We want to grow and keep up with inflation, but also be as conservative and responsible as possible. So just to give you an idea of that. This is a high level investment portfolio, just to kind of give you an idea. It's not a snapshot that you always typically get. So I wanted to share with you briefly that our average daily balance year to date was about $595,000 in our total portfolio with a yield to maturity of close to 4%. So 3.959% in our total yield to maturity. And so it's looking very good. I mean, it's a good opportunity. I think we have opportunity to improve that as we look at our cash flow and ensuring that we're putting all of the money to work as quickly as possible and for taking advantage of the rates while they're still where they are. Again, interest rates have dipped a little bit. I think we've had 2 reductions in the last fiscal year. So we continue to monitor that. So yes.
Just for the record, I think you said 595,000.
Yes, sir.
So it's not 595 million, so it's tens, hundreds.
Sorry. 595 million. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yes, just a little bit of a rounding difference. Yes, for the record, 595 million. Thank you. So yes, big difference. So good enough for governmental accounting, but yes, sir. Thank you for yeah, definitely 595 million fiscal year to date. But again, as of December, you can see $574 million approximately. Again, that is expected. Again, a lot of that has to do with payments that are made. And in December is our time of year that we typically see a decrease because we haven't yet started to receive the tax revenues and spring revenue. So that will peak back up this time of year. So if we were to show January, that would peak back up. So thank you, Chair Sullivan, for that. So on that, when we look at bond summary, so this is really something we talk about a lot at tax time, but just wanted to give you a high level of what our outstanding bond debt looks like. As we're in good, healthy position, and we have done a tremendous job over the last several years with the approval of the board at paying off our debt early. So that's always a good thing with our taxpayers when we can save taxpayers money. And so when you look at our outstanding general obligation bonds, and these are the bonds, just to make sure that you're aware, is that when we have INS on our tax rate, these are the bonds that we use to pay off with our tax rate. So general obligations are tax approved bonds. They're used to pay capital projects, but they are voter elected bonds. On the left-hand side, again, when you're looking at it, everything there is from 2015 to 2021, which is when we issued those bonds or refinanced those bonds for specific capital projects. So anytime you go out for a bond election, you're not issuing everything at once, you're issuing when you need it. So we have different series of bonds there, if you will. And so the original amount of those bonds were 695. And now we're outstanding as of February, we're going to be down to almost 399. So a tremendous difference of paying off substantial debt over the last several years. And then when you're looking at revenue bonds, which are bonds that we cannot use taxes to pay for, those funds for that debt is coming directly off of our operating account. So those were issued several years ago, 2012, 2016, and 21. And there's approximately 67,505,000 for that. We're debt service we pay debt service of around $7 million a year on those. This quarter it's been $1.2 million. So again, outstanding. And then we have MTMs, which are your shorter term securities. And so there's a small series of those that have to be paid off, only about 2.5 million. So our total indebtedness is $468 million in total bond indebtedness. For February, there'll be the defeasance that will be coming forward to pay off additional debt, which was a part of the tax conversation that we have. So again, we're going to move forward with requesting that we pay off $60 million early, which is always a good thing for the taxpayers. We're saving the taxpayers about $21 million in addition to the principal and just paying off the interest early. So that's going to leave after the closing, if with the approval of the visa, as of the middle of February, we'll be down to a total of $408 million in total debt outstanding. So that's a great place to be in relation. Of course, we always want to try to pay off as much debt as we can, but we are working to save taxpayers money on that. And that was just a different shot of the revenue bonds, just so that you're aware. So again, that's ones that we want to see how quickly we can pay those off, because it does impact our O&M and our operating funds. So we're looking at ways that we can continue to pay that debt off as well early to try to make more capital projects and other things available for students. So when we're looking at cash reserves, based on the current policy, we're at $212 million in cash reserves for the board. So that is a very good set aside. It is approximately 4.6 months of our monthly operating as we're looking at our chancellor's goals and the board goals. So we have about 4.6 months of operating when we're looking at the bond payments. So some of the high level things that I wanted to talk with you about, I know the chancellor says it often, we talk about it when we're highlighting items for the budget that we want to fund for any given year. What we're starting to look at is, what is the return on investment? What are our students getting? What are our taxpayers doing? So again, these are not all the great things that we're doing, but these are some of the top 8 or 9 that were funded by the board this past year. So I wanted to give you a brief update. If you have any question on them as we go, please stop me. But I want to make sure again that we highlight. So the number one thing that we allocated for this year, was for our employees. As we improve the culture and as we want to make sure that our employees are well compensated for the work they do. Our full-time employees across the board living was approximately 7.3 million. Part-time employees was 409,000 and adjuncts was 1.2 million. So again, approximately 9 million was spent on across the board that was implemented this fall. And then again, I know one of the things that we also talked about was a cost of living adjustment that was given in December for our most vulnerable or lowest paid employees, which is very, very important to our employees, to our students, to all the folks. And so that in addition to that, 1.5 approximately was spent on that living wage adjustment in December for those. So again, a total, capital investment about, $11 million towards our employees to ensure that they're looking at their living wages. So again, our greatest asset is our students and the employees that we have. So,
Could you go back one
Yes,
slide, please? I have 2 questions, if you don't mind.
yes, sir.
tell the board, if you would, what the commitment going forward will be on cost of living adjustments for those lowest paid employees. Is that in our budget? We need to put it in the budget. We want to maintain that, I think. And then what does number one cost of living at the bottom of the slide mean?
Oh, so when we looked at our number one, so when we looked at what was allocated for this year's budget, that was the number one thing that the board had as a priority. So when we were building the FY27 budget, that came off the top. So this is just in not necessarily any ranking except for kind of a priority order as we had funds for FY26, what got funded first.
Okay,
So
good.
that's
Now, the next fiscal year, talk about making sure that
Yep.
we continue to support those employees with the cost of living adjustments.
Yes, sir. That's in the next part of the presentation where
Okay.
we talk about what the board wants to look at for 27.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Let's see, hang on, I think Trustee Stone is trying to get our attention.
Yes, I'm sorry. So does this factor in, the chancellor's made a commitment to pay prevailing wages to those employees and staff that so deserve it? Does that factor in these numbers?
I lost you a little bit, Trustee Simmons. So no, these numbers, so yes and no. So you see the additional 1.5 in living wage adjustment for December, that was the first step towards that initial goal. And then
Go ahead.
No, sir. And we also have additional goals, chancellor's goals that we're working on. And again, we'll talk about those a little bit more for 27 as we talk about competitive wage and reducing that gap and what that's looking like. So that is
Go ahead.
So that's not been further approved in the budget. This was what was approved for 26. So as we start in the next part of the presentation to look forward, that'll be some of the conversation that I want from you all, because that gives us an idea of what the board wants us to focus on and highlight for next year's priority. So just like this was a priority for this year, this is where we want to get those ideas from you of what you want to see supported for next year as we're building out the 27 budget. So does that
Yeah. I mean, I certainly support the chancellor and his commitment to pay prevailing wages to the employees who deserve that.
Yes,
And I also realize that it takes a stepped approach to be able to do it, given the the scope and the number of employees that the system has. So
Yes,
having
sir.
a multi-year approach to restep, but I think from a strategic perspective, which I guess the chancellor will talk about later.
Yes, sir.
There needs to be, as you look out 3 or 5 years and you're planning, there needs to be that factored into the plans.
Yes, sir.
And I think you need to state that. Yeah, we're going to do this over, I don't know, I want to pick a number, 5 years or 3 years, and then you evaluate it each year as you're doing to see what you can do and what you can't do. That indeed is a very beneficial strategic move because it provides stability for the employees who are accepted as employees, the people who are accepted as employees to the system. And that makes a statement nationwide. When you talk about all these other school districts crying, we are indeed lucky. We are indeed lucky to be here. We still got significant growth happening in the north and northwest corridors of the system. That's beyond our control. That's a gift from God. But also your team, you and your team's management of those resources is extremely key. It's a big factor in the success of this system. Because it takes a crew to do fiscal management for this system. So that I commend you on. I know I'd like to flash back just really quickly to your procurement. One of the things that have been brought up in the past by small businesses is it requires so many resources, their resources, to respond, based on our policy and the law, to our procurement here. And the fact that these businesses don't have the funding or the personnel to be able to put that much effort into could be speculative venture to bid. Are you making efforts to, one, shorten those processes and the process for bidding and offering assistance? And I think you said you did, but I'm just confirming assistance to these small businesses and completing their bid package for bids that they would qualify for.
Yes, sir. That's what I was alluding to earlier with the work with the small businesses and the chambers and the local to go out and not only make sure that they understand how to do business, what that looks like. Of course, we always have to follow all the rules with the letter of the law. So we can only assist up to a certain point. But that is what we've been actively working with our community businesses to help make sure that they're informed, that they're trained, and host a joint training with like small business development centers and things like that on how they can get additional resources to support those efforts. So yes, sir, we are working.
It's the only way these small businesses are going to be able to compete. It's the only way because they just don't have it. It's just the fact of life. And we need to shorten our processes for them and make it more, how should I say, easier for them to honestly bid on procurements here.
So I want to make sure, again, I don't want to steal the chance for Thunder on that, but when we're talking about the living wage adjustment, really is the G1, T5, and T6, process there. And so again, the 1.5 living wage was the first step towards that, not the full implementation, but just making that move forward. So yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Chancellor, just for the chancellor, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, please.
So with this living wage adjustment and things like that, what was your mindset at the time that you did it for the goal? How far did you think like, okay, well, I want to do this long term? Do you have like a
Oh, yes, ma'am. And that is later.
right? I know. But
5 years is the goal. So
okay.
I can tell you that I track it now daily. And as of right now, we're sitting at 83% of our employees make a livable wage, which we define at about $46,000 under a study from MIT for self-only, for a single person, $46,000. And so we have a graph now, a chart that shows that as of today, for example, it's 83%. The goal is to get to 100% by 2031. And so we have about 17% percentage points to gain in the next 5 years.
I figured you had a time frame, not just a
Great question. So, all right. So again, we've already talked a lot about it, but I think it's worth mentioning one more time. Again, beautiful building. Again, Trustee Boat's wonderful presentation and speech last week. A lot of work and time and intentionality from Dr. Nutt's team and Dr. Johnson's team to make this program come to life and this center come to life. And again, this just highlights the budget commitment. So your commitment as well and your part of helping make that come to fruition. Because right, we have to have we have capital funds to build it, but we actually have to have operational funds to support the students there. So this is just to highlight that approximately 1.6 million was allocated from this year's budget as a budget priority to continue to fund that center moving forward. And then again, work to provide some additional funding for them for supplies. We also have the beautiful labs and all of the tech support, which a lot of great programs, but want to make sure that they had all the supplies that they needed. And just a couple pictures from the event, just so make sure I know many of you were there, but a beautiful facility. So if you haven't had the chance, hope you have a chance to see that because it really is very nice and a wonderful opening event. So excited to have that on board. One of the other things that is getting very close, of course, I know a thing that the Academic Affairs has been working on for a number of years now, but again, highlighting the budget for this year was approximately $320,000 as a budget priority for the 5th bachelor's program, and that's a Bachelor of Applied Science and Early Childhood Education. And so I know that we're getting very close. We're working on hiring 2 full-time employees as we speak to support that program. And so as we talk about new programs and ongoing funding, this will be funding for this year. And then additional funding has been allocated from future budgets to support the growth of that. So implementation will be for Montgomery campus and Kingwood and then Cyfair. So we'll actually have that program at a multitude of campuses. So the funds being allocated, we'll be able to allocate the first cohorts. And then as we continue to expand and build upon that program. But I know that's been something that's been in the works for a long time. And then we're excited to see that for the first cohort that should be coming up. So.
Can I flash back just quickly to the Magnolia Center? Will it generate enough revenue to cover its operational funds for year 1?
It's too soon to have that information, sir. With it just opening and still enrolling students, it's probably not anticipated that it would be able to support itself in the first semester, but we don't have all of the data to, confirm that at this time.
So your assumption, if I'm hearing you correctly, I'm asking, is that it probably won't. Is that correct?
That would be a correct assumption.
Are there any other colleges in that situation that will not generate enough revenue to cover their operational expenses?
I don't have enough information with me, sir, to give you a fully informed answer of that. So if that's something the board wishes, I can definitely run that information and provide that to the board. That's just not something I was prepared to fully vet out today. So,
well, that's fair enough. I would like that information. I think it's important information. I think it's important to realize, where how should I say, where maybe the areas of concern are. And also, I think it reflects probably shifting demographics in the system. So would you please furnish that? I would like to see it. And of course, you could furnish to all trustees, which I think they would find it beneficial.
yes, sir, we will work on that. It'll take a little bit of time to fully vet that information, but that is something I'll have the team work on, and we'll get that to the board.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, because we're in great financial shape, as you say, but it would be good to know. Maybe
Yes,
you think you may have that by, I don't know, April, June, you think?
Oh, yes, sir. We would be able to have it before that. It would just take us a couple weeks to fully vet the information and make sure we're comparing apples to apples. So yes, sir. I think April is a reasonable time frame. We'd like to maybe have that before. So
Fair enough. Thank you.
yes, sir. Okay. Any other questions on that? Again, I want to go through them, but I want to make sure I'm answering. So, one of the things, all of the things that we do are important, but nothing's more important than students and retaining those students. And I know the chancellor, has shared that in every action and goal that we've set. And so I wanted to take a moment to also talk about funding that has been set aside for student success and retention. Because really, we're here to teach students, we're here to help educate students, but it's hard to do that on an empty stomach. It's hard to do that if you don't have a house or a roof over your head or books and things like that. So I wanted to kind of give you an idea of some of the funding that's been set aside through auxiliary services and again, foundation dollars to support the students. And so this is just a quick summary of the CARE request, which is really the process that students go to really self-identify, I need help. So again, it takes a lot of courage to do that. And so we want to make sure that we have adequate resources to support the students when they have the courage to come forward and say, I have a need. We want to try to meet those needs as much as possible. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say, foundation supports us greatly on that, but there is more need than we always have auxiliary funding and foundation dollars for. So that is something we continue to work with very closely. But these are the requests. Overwhelming, the number one request from students still continues to be food, resources, along with financial need, technology, tuition, housing, transportation, school supplies, personal hygiene, clothing, and then childcare, kind of I don't want to say the bottom of the list, but as the priorities go at the end. And then this takes a look at the funds that have been set aside for those care centers. The chancellor pledged 2 years ago to set aside funding directly to support the campuses. And the campuses have done a wonderful job supporting those care centers. So this is just an additional influx of assistance to support them. And it, wish we had, 4 times as much to be able to support them. But they're doing great work daily with supporting students. And it gives you an idea of the funding allocation for the systems. And system-wide, we've had about 26,000 visits to our care centers only so far this year. So that's only through December. So really in the first semester. So quite a bit of need there. And sometimes that may be the same person coming back, and that's okay. We want to be there to serve them. So I do want to highlight that because that is good work that we're doing. Again, would love to be able to do more, but continuing to raise additional dollars for that. One of the things that we talked about was again the Start Bundle program for last year. I highlight that because it continues to help us with auxiliary, but also mainly besides all of those things, it does help us get hands in students without them having to do the search. So as we started class this week, students already had their books loaded. They were able to do things very minimally. So it does help students have that true first day impact. And so we had 58,000 students participate in that. And we had we had about 93% of our students participate in the program. So very successful, and students always can be improved and we continue to get student feedback. But that is something that we continue to work very closely with students on to make sure, because that can be the difference between someone being successful in a class or not, right? If they can pay for their tuition, but they can't afford books, that doesn't help them come test time, right? So we want to highlight that program. And then again, just a brief picture of one of the food pantries that we had, the various locations that served them. And again, we continue to partner with Houston Food Bank, Montgomery County Food Bank, a lot of our third-party providers as well to help provide supplemental services for that. Because again, I had a lot of need for that, especially in the fall with a lot of the furloughs and federal things too. Wanted to make sure. So sometimes you see a tick up based on a lot of the activity from the fall. So. Mental health and wellness. I would be remiss if I didn't spend a second talking about this because this has been a big priority for the board the last several years. And it has been a financial investment. So it's one of those things that I do want to point out to you from that aspect. And so as we are rolling that out, I couldn't be more happy with the progress that we've made, for lack of a better word. They are really working to transition that. And even though we are doing a tremendous job and a lift for hiring certified clinicians, we actually hope that at the end of the day, when we transition out of our outside contract, that it will actually still be a budget savings for the system. So we actually hope that when we're doing it in-house, that we'll be doing extended service, a greater level of service than we were previously doing at a reduction in cost. So don't have those numbers finalized for you, but that is the way we're trending right now. So I do want to highlight that for you.
When is the contract ending for the also?
August.
August.
Yes. And it's in a rollout. So we've been ramping it down, if you will. So that is the goal, is to make sure students are not impacted by the contract. So we've been working very closely with our partner there to make sure that we're still continuing to serve as we're ramping up our own internal processes.
Gotcha.
So again, you may not be able to see the full chart. I'm sorry that the font is small there, but from a visual standpoint, I wanted you to see that we're hiring part-time psychologists to help with expedited needs or more severe needs, if you will. What I wanted to point out is the hub process. So very similar than what we do in other things. So there's a hub 1, hub 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So ideally, so that they're able to triage the entire system. So we're able to hire clinicians to serve, but if there's a wait list one place and another place has volume, the entire support is built that we can triage and support. So it's not based off of one campus or one clinician. And so it's a hub-based system. So they're able, so I would compare it more to like a zone, defense, if you will, for sport, things like that. So you're not having to play man-to-man here. You're playing zone defense so that you're able to shift and pivot as you support students in the system. And so the items in blue are what we're doing right now to hire and stand up. And then as you look at blue and orange, those are things that we will expand based on need and volume. So really just, and again, when I know being able to see all the small font, I have to have my cheaters on to see it, but giving you an idea that blue is right now, green will be the next phase, and then orange will be what we implement as needed. Really, if the volume is there, then we'll be prepared to hire additional clinicians. And again, all of these are being interviewed and verified for different levels. And so we're hiring clinicians of 1, 2, and 3 level, again, based on their licensure and training. They can specialize and handle different levels of mental health needs.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
Trustee Murillo and then I will,
Yes, sir.
please.
So on this topic, I know that we've discussed this, some of the concerns, and I'm excited that we're really going at it.
Yes, sir.
This approach. I want to make sure that we integrate so the preventive approach.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So that it's not just so once they're having problems.
Yeah.
But so it tends to be in this environment,
Yeah.
stress, and it could just be a bad exam. And students probably are not gonna go seek help until because they don't have a problem. But it's a combination of things. And right now, I mean, fortunately, there's a lot of best practices, a lot of science, a lot of research on helping neurodiverse students. And I think that didn't exist before. So I want to make sure that it's comprehensive, that we don't leave that out. But in many ways, that's gonna has to be our starting point in some ways.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's so easy to just go to the immediate concern, which we should. I'm not saying we don't. But let's be proactive and find out. And we're find out what those things that need to be done in terms of best practices, in terms of we're at we're so large that we're gonna establish priorities, or we're gonna establish a framework for many others. So that's how important, how serious this is. So thank you.
Yeah, I want to show you, and then I'll come to you if that's okay, Chair. I want to make sure. So one of the things that we're working on is also, which I think is getting to the heart of what you're also talking about, is that about 80% of the folks that actually come in with mental health, anxiety, or depression typically has to do with their other things, right? It's the food, it's the housing, it's the going through marital or discourse or having fights with your parents. All of those things. Right, financial needs cause a lot of the angst that about 80% of our students. Now, again, I don't want to minimize the others because those are more severe things. But one of the additional things within the budget and still in scope, we are looking at those wraparound services as well, transitioning some of the existing staff and repurposing them and standing up so that we'll not only address that. So this is the care support team. So this is the team handling all of those needs when they come in. This is looking at financial wellness and well-being. So are we helping them with finances? Are we helping them apply for food assistance and childcare? All of those services, maybe legal support, housing, getting evicted, all of those things, this team will also help with to serve, to help them so that when they're working with a counselor, if they're coming in for one thing, but it's really tied to this thing, then they're having a partner that they can say, hey, I want to see you about this, but they'll transition them to the other team to support them so that we're not just giving them a fish, but we're teaching them to fish and then we're helping the whole student. So, and then we're looking at all those additional things. So, yes, sir.
Thanks. So I'm assuming this is funded from our general budget.
Yes, sir.
Are there, or have y'all looked at any external grants available
Yes,
for
sir.
this?
Yes, our goal was first to stand it up, get everything working, and that is what we're working on right now this semester, is taking a look at additional grants that could be to support the wraparound services, the other thing. And so, yes, that is in the pipeline now of looking at things that we can utilize to support and expand the services.
Good. And there's a follow-up there, and I copied the chancellor on these when I see them. The governor's office puts out some press releases regarding funding for veteran services
Yes, sir.
throughout the state for various education facilities, everything from elementary school to community colleges. Make sure that you're tied into that.
Yes, sir. We've been working very closely with the state agency as well as the federal agencies on that right now. So,
Thanks.
yes, sir. All right, we'll make sure. So again, as we talk about that, a lot going on with veterans, working on how we support veterans, how that relates to mental health.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes,
Excuse,
sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know you got a lot to go on. Let me flash back to what we just talked about. I'm talking about the experience I've had with my grandson.
Rose.
Which is still ongoing. That went through our. But what's important here is our teams.
Frozen and we didn't hear anything. Would you mind starting over, please, sir?
Yeah, sure. This is in regards to the mental health treatment.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is my lessons learned dealing with my grandson, whom I'm still dealing with. Our systems failed him. And I'm not saying that as a negative thing we just weren't prepared. And it took an act of God, really, on my part to save his life, to get him into the Harris County programs, which he's still in, which has significantly improvement. He's just a different person today. Here's my point. We need to have working relationships with the counties, especially Harris County, because they have the most to offer. Montgomery County, not so much, but I don't know all that much more about Montgomery County. They just weren't as cooperative to work with as Harris County once I broke the barrier of getting him into their systems. So my recommendation, based on my experience here with him, is to help those 20% that we may not be able to help on premise, let's say, or within our system. There needs to be clear handoffs that can be made between the counties, Harris County and Montgomery County, to get these people pointed into the right direction, because there is there is help out there and it is available. And it's just not, it's just hard to get to. It's hard to break into it. It's just a barrier there that shouldn't be there. And I don't know, I don't think it was designed that way. It's just what it is. So let me challenge, Chancellor, now let me challenge you, Doctor, that you point these systems to building the relationships with the counties. So you can hand off these to the counties and get them consistent care where we may not be able to provide that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on that? I want to make sure. So when we're looking at veterans programs, we're really working on not only the internal processes, how we improve the experience for our veterans coming in, but how do we make that more efficient and self-service? So we're looking across the state, working to Chair Sullivan's point, there's a lot of veteran agencies and groups on how we make that more automated and efficient. A lot of our processes, we're just working to improve. We're working really hard and really as quickly as possible, but we're working on how we can improve those processes through more automation and how we ensure that is getting information to our veterans. And we're also rebuilding our veteran and military affiliated web page so that it is more self-sufficient and so that they're able to see those things and help themselves through the process. So that is currently a work in process, and a lot of the things that our Chief Veterans Officer has been working on, as well as working with our community. We've had several big meetings with stakeholders throughout the last couple of weeks on getting veterans jobs and certifications and things like that. So more of that to come, but a lot of progress on the veteran front. So we've also worked on making a lot of videos and things on transitioning our veterans in, as well as addressing mental health services. And so a lot of collaboration going on between veterans and mental health there. So
Can I have an
yes,
question?
ma'am.
So with the veterans and the mental health, I know the VA provides it, but
Yeah.
with what we're doing with the mental health for our students that are not veterans, is that like working together with them? Y'all saying, okay.
Yeah, well, ideally is what we're through that hub process is they'll have different clinicians that are trained again in more, severe levels, right? Because you may have someone who's just
Right.
transitioning, or you may have someone who has more of a PTSD or a longer term thing. So the counselors that we're hiring are being trained, and they're working very closely with veterans on how to serve veterans specifically, on identifying those or helping if they're self-identifying or if they're coming through a process, how we serve them. And then again, through that hub program, I showed you how do we serve them efficiently, but then also in the wraparound, how do we make sure they know the services that are also available to them, right? Whether if it's beyond our needs through the VA and other agencies. So yes, all of those things are happening right now and trying to make those things as seamless as possible. So all the government agencies do make things a lot more complicated, right? But it is a process that we're working on. So, but great question. So very excited about the Alumni Association. So you've probably seen that on social media. I had someone say, I see all your social media posts. Good, then it's working. I'm glad you're seeing it. All right, that's the goal. And so again, we launched that. Our new alumni operations office has really hit the ground running. They sent out their first alumni engagement survey just back in November, and we had a lot of positive responses right out the gate. So very excited that 900 of individuals right off the bat within the first week or two initiated that they were excited and wanted to be a part of the Alumni Association. So if anybody's done a survey lately, it's hard to get people to engage in surveys, but we have a lot of folks that are very active. So we are working on hosting upcoming events for our alumni to get them engaged. And also wanted to make sure that you have seen that we are hosting our inaugural alumni and distinguished and both distinguished and young alumni awards. And those will be presented at the gala this year. So again, if you know of a worthy alumni out in your community, we definitely encourage you to nominate them or someone else to nominate distinguished and worthy alumni, because we'd love to be able to honor them with over 150,000 alumni. We know that they're out there, and so we're wanting to highlight those success. So I wanted just to give you some of those key details on that, but a lot of just getting started, but a lot of positive momentum for that. So very excited to see that get going and get off the ground. Because again, not everybody can give up their money, but we want to be able to engage our alumni for either jobs, for mentoring opportunities. So really the sky's the limit on that opportunity. So very excited about that. And again, these partners, as I mentioned, mental health and veterans and alumni and jobs, they're working very closely with each other to be able to stand up these programs. They're working very hard to make sure that we're working on jobs and job placement and job opportunities. And so we've had quite a bit of meetings in the last few weeks with key partnerships with leaders. We're working with careers for students. We're working on software so that our partners can post jobs for students, and working on internships and apprenticeships. So a lot of activities going on to make sure, again, because really our job is to educate them and then to make sure that they leave here better than when, they started. And, that really begins with a high paying job, or, at least a job that is getting them, a living wage above maybe where they've been. So I don't want to, these are not all the partnerships that we've had, but wanted to highlight two partnerships. I know you've heard us talk about Foxconn. We've also had several conversations with Brock, who is a very large partner that we've been working on. They've actually already hired several of our students just in the last few weeks. In this partnership, they tell us that they need thousands of workers. And so we're working out to kind of develop the MOU around what that's going to look like. And then how do we work with our academic partners to make sure that those programs are creating pipelines. So a lot of different partnerships. We actually met with a shipbuilding company as well a couple weeks ago, and they tell us they need 2,000 welders. So what does that look like, right? So how are we having a lot of these conversations and getting them through the pipeline? So we hosted several job fairs, and that have resulted in over 120 of our students going through the process and interviewing for jobs, whether it's a full-time job or internship. So, and Foxconn has hired several of those employees as well, and several more are still going through the pipeline. So, ultimately, we're still tracking the numbers on that, but we are already seeing fruits of the labor in a short period of time, and really want to see that grow even quickly. And so, in some of these, they're wanting to move very fast, and so we're trying to move as fast as they want to move and get students placed. And also working through the Alumni Association to get headshots and resumes and all of those things done for them as well. So there's a lot of activity going on that we're really excited about, as well as like the career portal to be able to, again, have a place where we can match up those interests.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You're probably gonna talk about this later, but in terms of like the credentials of value,
Yeah.
metrics, are you able to already kind of use that to determine who to work with or some of these partnerships yet? Or,
I think it does. Yeah, I think it's a conversation starter. But obviously, and most of all the companies that we're talking about are always the high demand jobs, and most of several of the Brock jobs are, they have immediate placement, and some of their jobs, are starting out at, 50,000, and some are $80,000 and $90,000 jobs with overtime and things like that in placement. So there's a pretty big industry wide with the companies that we're working with, because they don't just need one thing. A lot of the companies we're working with need like 15 different careers, right? They need project managers, they need emergency, they need safety, they need a lot of these different things. So the wonderful part of it is the folks that we're engaging with are really hitting a lot of different marks for us at once. So
and I'm sure you will get others interested or request, and then you probably have a way to determine whether it should, just not for goodwill or anything. Right?
Yeah, and we started off several of the conversations, and I don't even know if I've told the chancellor this, but when we've kind of had the conversation, we've been like, we always start off to say, we're really here to do business with someone who wants to do business with us, and we expect you to hire jobs. We will do our part if you'll do these things, and if that's not of interest, then there's no need for us to continue, So we've been kind of using that, like, we're serious about this. We want to move very quickly about this, and everyone that we've talked to has been like, where do we want to go? And so they're very excited, and actually telling other companies that are already calling and saying, hey, so-and-so at this company told me that we should talk with you about this. So right now we're trying to figure out who to work with and how quickly, so that we can, because we do want to give our time and energy to where it's going to be the most fruitful, if you will. So,
okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Right. So again, just wanting to highlight the meal voucher. It is our number one request still is food. We are still giving out all of the funds that we have for that program. So it's been very successful. It was something that was started with through the chancellor. And so our standard voucher amount is $350. And so just some of the quick data that we've had and the students that we've served, close to 200,000 was given out in meal vouchers in the fall. And so one thing to qualify is we actually gave out all 250,000. What was used was about 200,000. So typically we take that and reallocate anything unused for the spring or allow the student to still utilize it. And the foundation was able to secure additional donations very recently that allows us to continue additional 250,000 for the next 2 years for that program. So we continue to try to find donors and corporate sponsors who will help us continue to facilitate that, as well as what we're doing internally. So very successful program, and it's very being well received for our students. So. All right, and again, just making sure if you have not put that date on your calendar, again, it will be when I'll make a shameless plug to make sure that the gala's on there, and that will be when we're doing our inaugural alumni awards. Again, May 2nd of 2026, so it will be here before you know it. And so again, in 2024 for the foundation, 3.3 million in scholarships were awarded to over 3,000 students. And 1.7 million in program and emergency support. So to me, I think scholarships are fabulous, but even just the availability of that emergency support is also vital. I wanted to make sure that I pointed that out for you. Last and certainly not least, as we're going into real estate, a couple of big things that are happening in that front is looking at drill rig property. The bidding has closed on that process, so we'll be sharing additional information with the board on that. But these are the three properties that we've been working on closely this last year. The Magnolia excess land sale, the BAI for that was approved by the board several months ago. And so we're working through the process to put that land up for sale. And then Grand Parkway property, we've done several tours of that property, but also have moved forward to demo a couple buildings on that property to reduce liability and things along that line. So working very closely on those three properties. And we'll provide additional updates to the board as we have them on the real estate piece. So I did want to make sure that you were aware of that. So any questions? I know you were able to ask those along the way, but yes, sir.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, could I ask whoever attended, I think maybe you did, the tour? Yeah, could y'all tell us about the property tour that y'all did? I was unable to make it, where you looked at the historical home or whatever. Were you on that?
Do
you remember?
Well, we had a good tour.
Mm.
That particular property is in a great location. And we saw a lot of good things as we traveled through the property. I met a gentleman who really looks after that property for us, did a great job, and so on. I guess the big question is, do we want to keep that particular site, or do we want to do something in the way of selling that site and using those dollars for another site? It just depends on kind of where we are and where we want to be as we look ahead next few years.
Right. When I went, we went inside the home that, the historic, it was too historic, but like you said, what's the gentleman's name again? Give me a second, I'll come up with it. He was so nice, and he really maintains that.
Did he work for us?
No, he's our cattle. He
lets his cattle.
We have a contract with him, so he does the cattle grazing, so they take, and he keeps up with the property for us.
Right, but you could tell he cares about the property, right?
He's out there daily.
And so we did, like, that was the front tour, and then we went to the back where the cattle were actually at, and we saw the homes that the squatters had been in, and cops had to come and remove them. And I think, like I was telling them on the tour, like, we got to do something, because if somebody gets hurt, they don't say, "Oh, he did it." No, they're gonna say, "But this owned by Lone Star." You know what I'm saying? Like, that get paid. So we definitely need to do something about those vacant homes there, tearing them down, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever, for just safety reasons. But he really does maintain that property. It's really, really nice, and they're building out there. You know what I'm saying? So the developers are there, and I think we talked about that too. Like, I'm sure they will be like, "Okay, we'll do it." But it was a really nice tour.
Okay.
It's a really nice.
The chance to will guide us through this as time goes on.
Yes, so it was received to get an idea of what it would cost to tear those down. So we are requesting that to get an idea, and then we'll bring that back to the board to see if that's the desire. At least it's a step one, and then of course further discussions we can discuss.
It's kind of real estate, so
right.
No, I understand, sir.
Yeah. This is Mike Stone. I'd like to comment on what Trustee Kane said. That property is a valuable property. And, I've got an active real estate license go back 10 or 15 years. I keep track of this stuff out here, but also back during the last year of Steve Head's chancellorship, he and I met with the developers of Bridgeland out here, which is the biggest, largest developed community, which is still developing across SH-99 going west. And there is no other land out here. If you sell that property, you need more property out here, you're going to pay huge amount, double or triple for less property. I still think you put it in a plan because this is the area of growth. Northwest is the area of growth for this college system. I mean, they are still building out here hands over fist. The influx of thousands and thousands of people in the next year to 2 to 3 years. I would continue to develop the property. I would certainly put it in a strategic plan to do something there. As I've talked with the chancellor about, you could take that one site and you could dedicate it to just the healthcare professionals, and you could keep that thing full time year round with nursing and dental and other types of healthcare programs. Healthcare is expanding hugely out there. So all I'm saying is be thoughtful about this. This is not just a piece of land. It's a valuable piece of land, and not only for its use, but also from a monetary standpoint. And they're not making any more out here, and it's all bought up. So you're not going to be able to sell that and buy something else unless you're going to pay 2, 3, 4 times the price. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions, Chancellor?
No, sir. I'm just gonna ask her the same question I ask her every year. Dr. VN. These are your slides, correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
I did not tell you to edit them in any way or saw them before you presented them today,
That's
correct?
what you did not.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you think of?
Dwayne.
Dwayne, got it.
After you thank your team,
Uh-oh.
after you thank your team, I have a question, then Trustee Murillo. Let's do this. Trustee Murillo, go ahead.
Yeah, first, great job, thank you. Thank you, I know there's a lot of work that went into this. But I know that we may address this, Chancellor probably enough to this particular point. But I want to bring it up right now as far as something you covered, which is great. How can we do business with Northwest College?
Yes, sir.
You're correct. I was glad to see Lone Star represented at the Kingwood Economic Forum.
Yes, sir.
I did get the feedback from that. So what I wanted to mention about that is that, you said you do it with intentionality, which is very cool. And when we do that, we want to be clear why we're doing it. I know there's some concern about the programs and my employer, we've had race neutral programs, small business programs forever. It worked. So I'm not, this, in other words, that's not that keep us from doing what we can. The business community is an important constituency. We talked about how we partner with them. They're also to eat, right? They need to have business. I think that's from representing the community and college is an important institution, right? So what I want to see is I wanted to make sure that when I talk to someone, I want to make sure that first of all that I'm clear on the procedures.
Yeah.
But, and I love the fact that someone's willing to always help them for someone or to our board office, we can refer to the right person. But I want to make sure we don't make it too easy on me or on us. Because it's a one-off, right? Then we'll take care of it, but no, I want to see kind of like, how are we doing? How are the people that want to know, how are they, so I kind of want to see a little bit more how we're doing that. I think in general, I think we understand that as a body, significance and importance of this. But I'm wondering whether we needed, whether we needed a governance philosophy or approach to this. I know that in policy, it takes how you make decisions on things like that. But if we needed to provide you with a little bit more guidance or anything, or whether we look at policy, that's something that, I'm sure the committee or whoever's handle that. But just want to make that sure that, because again, earlier I talked about how I invite people to our board meetings. I want to be able to make it easier to inform them. I want to be able to send them somewhere, like we have a landing page that they can actually refer them to.
Yes, we have a dedicated webpage for vendors, so they can see who to contact, and we have a dedicated person that handles signing them up, because the biggest thing that I hear from people is, I want to do business, and I'm like, are you signed up as a vendor to receive that? And they're like, no, and I'm like, okay, step one, right? So step one, because we're gonna send that out automated, and so that's where we have dedicated teams who are helping with the vendors, helping get them set up. And then the team that's going out to work with small business. So yes, always welcome input, but yes.
Yeah, and the second part of that would be, how are we assessing whether it's working and whether we're reaching throughout we're such a large area. I'd like to be able to see who I'm communicating with, who's inquiring. Just so we can, mostly so we can know how to do better next year. So, and also when it comes to like, on the grants, where, we always hear about grants.
Yes, sir.
And people will send information about it, and there's so many, and there's only so much staff. You discuss how you prioritize, like if they impact students directly, for example. Workforce is critical, how we citing that. So same with that. I wanted to see if, kind of learn a little bit more about, more clarity on as far as how do we determine what we go after. I know a lot of it is there's other reasons, the procedure, regulations wise and stuff, so, but I'm mostly talking about like how can, I guess I don't want any money on the table,
Yes, sir.
and then I don't want some of our students to benefit from certain grants. Maybe they're not getting, because we're not applying for it. And I'm not saying it's not done correctly, I just want to kind of get a sense of how we make those decisions. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Good job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm coming down both sides of the tables for questions for you, if that's okay.
Yes,
Dr. Kane, questions or follow-up?
I was just gonna say, based upon what I've heard this morning, there's so many things to be very proud of. Enrollment is up, probably about as high as it's ever been. Finances are in great shape. Campuses are doing well. And when you look at the academic program that we have, it's extremely good. So you combine all of that with these wraparound services that we've been talking about today, where not only are we addressing academic needs, but we're also addressing social and emotional and very personal needs of these students. So I'm very pleased with the path that we're on. I think it's something that we should all be very proud of. And I think it's something that probably a lot of community colleges across our state and across the US would really be envious of. So I just want to say thank you to what I'm hearing.
It's very intentional, very intentional. It's not happening.
Right.
Right. Yeah, thank you for your kind words, and I want to recognize my colleagues here in the room that are also making that. So Dr. Keshvala, BC Molina, Dr. Johnson, all of the others that are not here with us. There are a lot of boots on the ground work going to make all of these things happen.
Right.
And so, yes, I just have the pleasure of showing them and demonstrating them and the support, the direction of the chancellor, but I could not do it without my colleagues in the room and all of their intentionality. So I want to make sure that their hard work is also appreciated. So.
Trustee Mesa. No comment.
Thank you to everybody.
Trustee Salvador.
Just to piggyback to Trustee Kane, I came a little bit late, right? But what I saw, it's just amazing what you guys are doing, especially for our students. The mental health, the wraparound services, that is extremely needed. And please let us know how we could be of help. So, thank you.
Thank you for the support you've already given. That's why I wanted to highlight those things, because without the board's blessing, we wouldn't be able to do those things. So that really is y'all.
Let us know.
That's really your return on investment for the things that you've approved. So.
You trustee vote?
Uh, first, I'd like to, I think the land that we have, if we've been discussing about what we're gonna do with it, I think it's exactly um, what we heard earlier. That land is gonna be, it's prime now.
Mhm.
And I think it would be foolish to sell it. But I could be wrong, and I admit that. I'm concerned about on a much wider platform. I'm concerned about the uh, the changes we're experiencing with our weather. And I think we have to really concentrate on that. I'm going to be meeting with some folks that may have a jump on it. But I think we should be very careful about what we do going forward in our development.
Anything else, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Trustee Bruce?
Well, I do agree with what you said about the land. You know, I hate that I didn't get to go see that, but I think I remember y'all just went a couple of days before Christmas, wasn't it?
Was it before Christmas?
I think it was,
The week
I remember
before.
getting.
It
And
had rained.
yeah, and that was just not impossible for me to go, and I really wanted to see that historical site. But I do agree with what you're saying about the land, and I think with what Trustee Stone said about the land. Great presentation. Kudos to you and your team. That was, y'all hit on everything, everything. And it's so, I'm so proud of Lone Star College. It's just the whole gamut. It's just everything is there. So I'm real pleased and real proud to be a part of what we're doing, and what y'all are doing. So thank you. Good job.
Trustee Wilson?
Sure, thank you. And thank everybody for all their hard work, because I know it doesn't come easy and the load is not light. To make sure that everything has been taken care of on every side. And that's a great responsibility. But heavy is the head who wears the crown, right? But my whole thing is really about mental health, because we've been talking about that for years. And to see the plan that's actually moving and where it's going to be, I'm just excited about it. And I'm like, I'm excited about the growth that we're doing, because we're moving forward. We're forward thinkers as a whole. We have a forward thinking chancellor, and he's put people around him that are forward thinkers too, right? And we're not being stuck in the past, right? And so I'm just grateful for the road that we're traveling, right? And I in my heart feel like we are the example. Nobody might not say it, but we are the example that everybody is striving to be. And I take that with great pride. And I know we're going to ACCT next month, and people really do admire Lone Star, right? And so for everything that has been done, this shows, right? I don't know who's watching, who's gonna go back and watch what, I'm saying, what other colleges or whatever, but this just shows we really are. We might be quiet or, stuff like that, or might not boast or brag, but I'm a brag, you know what I'm saying? Because like I always say, we are premier. and this just shows what I mean when I say we're premier. We're not only just thinking about the faculty, the staff, we're thinking about the students. Not only that, we're thinking about we are financially responsible for our constituents, and we are being financially responsible with their funds, right? And so to me, that speaks volumes because I see so many videos of people are like, oh, the county did this, the city did this, but and people are not getting the services that they need with the money that they put out, right? But with us, it's different. Like we're getting, even though the state is doing whatever they're doing, we're still financially responsible for what we have, and we work with what we have, and we're very and we hold on to what we have unless we really just need to spend it. And I appreciate that coming from a CFO who's really financially sound and mentally like, okay, listen, we have to really think. The chancellor as well. Sometimes it's good to be frugal because you never know what's going to happen, right? But I'm just grateful that Lone Star is premier, and if this doesn't let people know that we are premier, we're moving in the right direction, and this is what we're doing for our students, not just because you're in school you only get academic. No, we're taking care of the whole body. You know what I'm saying? We're taking care of the whole body. So I'm just grateful for that. So thank y'all for y'all hard work.
Trustee Wilson, Trustee Stone, any questions or comments?
The only other comment I have is to say, well done. And I want to encourage you to sustain your superior performance because that's what it is. It's an excellent team. You've got excellent management. We're headed in a truly good direction. So we're in a good position. Responding to growth is a lot better than responding to retracted revenues, right? Which a lot of these community colleges are doing, and how to service their community on less, where we have the luxury of servicing our communities with more. So continue the good work.
Thank you, Trustee Stone. The Chancellor, do you have any comments or?
No, other than thank you, Dr. Vian. Like Trustee Stone said, you continue a superior performance, and I am grateful on behalf of this institution.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll just say good job. And is this your second or third presentation to the board in this role?
Third.
Okay, good.
Top
I'm
five.
seeing you grow
Next time.
into this as time goes on. And this is a premier presentation, concise, cover the topics, answer the questions, handle the interruptions. And I'm guilty, but at least I kind of raised my hand to give you a heads up. So just keep up the good work, seriously. And we have a lot of work to do, as you know.
Yes.
But you've got the confidence and support of the full board. And then getting better than that, you have the confidence of the chancellor as well. And the answer sometimes might be no, but I know you'll handle it well if and when that ever happens. So thank you for that. All right, so let's see, I'm going to prep, let's see, 10:44. Is that early for lunch? It says we're supposed to go to lunch.
This is lunch.
Sir, this is a break.
This is
Okay.
great.
All right. Okay, let's take a break.
You know, that's why this
Be
is
good.
intentional break.
Yeah,
And
okay,
y'all can
good.
talk about things you want to see for the future.
We're gonna take a break at 10:45. And one thing I forgot to mention too is that when we go into closed session, I've asked Lone Star College System Police Department to guide us through some scenarios regarding active shooter and other things that could potentially happen and that are happening around the country. So we'll do that in closed session, and we look forward to hearing from our police department leadership. So we'll come back in 10 minutes. Pardon? We'll come back in 10 minutes at 10:55. Thank you. Good job. Man. All right, we are reconvening our board retreat at 11:06. And before we move to the next item, which is still Dr. Vian, I want everyone, if you would, just look at the screen real quick. Your upper left-hand corner, you see Trustee Murillo, Trustee Wilson. I guess that's a chancellor in a suit. So as we talk, this is what you will see, and this is what the public will see. The camera moves to either the motion or the voice. Now, see what I'm saying? So whenever Dr. Kane asked a question, it showed him, and then it showed Dr. Bien standing answering the question, and then it showed a third person as well. So this is very dynamic. And also notice down at the bottom, if you look under participants, 53 people are watching this right now.
Mhm.
53. Now, granted, probably a lot of system people, but nonetheless, they are interested. So this is all really important with respect to outreach and communication, transparency, good record keeping, archiving, and see, it hadn't pivoted to me at all, which is great. So it's on y'all. But all kidding aside, you know, it may have seemed like a little bit of a wasted resource, but this is really good. I just want to kind of show y'all what the capabilities are. So good job, OTS, and good job to the staff and everybody that's had a part of this. I think it's all yours, didn't it? Let's see. So now Dr. Vienne is back on the floor and it's yours, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So yeah, a couple of other things to talk about. I feel like I need an X on the floor though to make sure I'm where I need to be here. So y'all let me know if I need to move over. So just kind of set the stage and kind of give us an idea. So what we just talked about was where the board wanted to see investments for 26, the fiscal year that we're in. Like, what were the priorities? Where did we want to put budget? We can't do all the things. So even though we are prosperous and great financial, shape, I still at times have to be the CFO and say, no, we can't do all the things. So
Accurate.
I think the chancellor says I clip his wings at times when I tell him no as well. But I say that in jest. I mean, we do have resources, but we want to be a good steward of those resources. And so it is my job to say we can't do all the things. So what is the things that you all want to do? And the first part in building the budget for FY27 is what are those priorities? So that's why I wanted to kind of give you a highlight of what we've done, and we're going to continue to build on those things. But now looking forward, so I'm kind of asking your mind to kind of move from where we are now to like, let's look forward. Like, you've heard the things that we're doing. We're set the framework. Where do you want us to see us focus? What do we want to keep building on, right? And so that's kind of the stage and the framework that I'd love for you to kind of start this conversation with me. And I do have some slides, but really they're just more housekeeping, just to kind of, I know the finances we talk about once or twice a year. So a lot of the slides are really just for that foundational piece. And so I'm going to go through those fairly quickly. And then really the meat of it is, what are those things? Where do you want us to put those priorities? So kind of setting the stage from that framework and moving forward. And of course, please interrupt me as we go. I'm happy to address those things at any point. So just to remind everyone, so these are our major sources of revenue as a system, right? So we have our student fees, we have our tax collections, if you were a tax rate that we assess, we have our state appropriations, we have auxiliary, and we have miscellaneous. Of course, I'll show you in a second that the biggest part of that still continues to be from the tax base, why we always want to be a good steward. This just kind of sets the day. So when we talk about revenues, these are our revenues. And so one of the things as we talk about state revenues, I just want to put out for you all, this is kind of in the weeds, but I think it's an important weed, so I just want to make sure that you are aware of it, is the way our system has been built over the last several years is that we were not able to actually, it's as sophisticated as we would like to be able to track state appropriations without a lot of work and a lot of lift from OTS and other places, right? So what we've been working on for quite some time that we're actually able to implement, and we're working on implementing with the campuses and the BIP ads here in the upcoming weeks, is setting a designated fund type, if you will, for state appropriations. This will help us when the state has questions about things, how we better track that. So we'll be able to actually see when the state funding comes in and the salaries and educational opportunities that it's spent with. Because really, every state dollar that we bring in to the system is spent for instruction. So that's paying the faculty, paying for the adjuncts, paying for instructional support. Our state appropriations do not exceed those costs, meaning those instructional costs still are more than what we are collecting in state appropriations. So this is a function, but it's an important function so that we can better track and actually give better reporting for the state and state reporting purposes, because that's been something that has been more of a topic of conversation, a lot of inquiries and things like that. And so for all intents and purposes, I want to make sure that you are all aware that we will be implementing that part of the budget for FY27. Maybe something you don't necessarily notice, it doesn't take away anything, but it is just an additional tracking mechanism. So I wanted to point that out and make sure you all aware that that is something we've been working on, and happy to say that will be implemented for FY27. So when we look at the history of budgeting revenues, you can see, again, our budget has grown substantially. So that's a good thing, right? We're talking about positive growth. I'll take it. So in FY22, our budget was about 401 million. For FY26, our budget was 548 million. So substantial growth over that period of time. The pie chart always kind of helps us understand where we have been. And even with that growth, you can see while there's been some shift in the approximations, with the pie has relatively stayed the same for each of those appropriations. We really have not made a lot of headway as far as changing that up. 29% of our funding comes from tuition, student revenues, 20% from state, and then local taxes, 45%. And I just remind folks that even previous year, state had bumped up about 2%, but every time tax or something else adjusts, that percentage comes down because it is a percentage of overall budget.
And Dr. Vian, before you move on, will you go back one slide for me? Because I do want to particularly commend the system and all the officers, because I want the board to note something with regard to the auxiliary budget. When Dr. Vian became the CFO, it was dwindling and it was dwindling fast. So if you look at it, it's 4%, then it's 3%, then it's 2%, then it's 3%, and now it's 6%. And as a percentage, if you think about the budget now is so massive compared to where it was even, let's say, 4 years ago, that 6% in hard dollars is a lot more money than it was there. And that's the food service, the bookstore, things that we did not have back then. And so when you look at that, and by the way, that is the money that then we can turn around and pay for food scholarships and the food pantries. That's where the comes from. So the bigger that slice gets, the more we can help students, employees, and different things that we're not allowed to, either through regulatory constraints or legal constraints, use state money, student fee money, or local taxes for. And that's why that slice is so instrumental to a lot of the wraparound services and benefits that you heard earlier today are tied to that percentage. And that's why it's so very much important. I wanted to highlight that the college has done a remarkable job in that auxiliary budget.
Yeah, and we've also worked very hard, Treasury team worked very hard to increase like investment income as well. So it's been, again, trying to make sure that's back to the cash flow piece, right? Just making sure that we're making sure our money's working for us. And so all of those things contribute to that auxiliary miscellaneous piece. So taking a look at it, just to remind you, as we look at state appropriations in 25, appropriations were 113. We took a little bit of dip in 26 to 111. We do not yet know what state appropriations will be. We have not received our February payment. Our February payment typically shows us whether we hit the outcomes that they had projected for us or not. That should come in the middle of February, and we're continuing to monitor that and work with the coordinating board. This past year, we didn't get the first run or the first estimate of that for 26 until like July. We've had multiple conversations with the coordinating board and other CFOs from across the state about how problematic that timeline is, and that we have requested that we try to receive those in April and May so that we can make better allocations and estimates as to what that would be. So it's not a legislative year. So we are hoping that that is able to allow them to get that to us a little bit quicker. So we do think February will be a better time frame. We can start to at least get an idea of what those outcome-based funding metrics are. But we do not know what that is at this time. But even at a conservative estimate, we would budget flat at this time because they've been pretty aggressive with the forecasting. And so we're looking at about holding flat or a little bit of growth in that area, and we shall see. just a reminder for everyone, I know we talked about credentials of values, you alluded to it. This is those outcomes and these are the state appropriations. I continue to visit with folks from across the system outside of higher education that still thinks that this is based off of head count and it's not. So just a reminder for those watching and everyone here is that we do not receive any state appropriations based on enrollment and head count. It is based on these outcomes. So how many did we graduate? Who transferred? And as a reminder for this fiscal year, private schools are now in the equation. So we will be paid if a student transfers to a private institution across the state, which is a great thing for us, as well as the other colleges. But I wanted to give you a highlight of these are the weights that we basically do. And so the state appropriations comes from how well did we do in these things and what number. So that's basically what the forecast for the state looks at. When you look at student tuition and revenues, many of you are aware that the state, so we chose as an institution not to raise tuition for several years. And then additionally, the state has come in the last year and basically put a freeze across the state. While, whether or not that, technically applies to community college was a big conversation. We honored that and continue to honor that tuition should not be moved forward. And so that would not be moved for 26 and 27 as well. So the only negative side of that means there's no growth or no additional revenue that would come from tuition and fees. So if we hold flat, the only way that you see a boost in that section of revenue is from growth itself and growth in true courses that are registered in addition to headcount. So it's depending on how many hours our students register for. So when you're taking a look at it again, this is always a chart to just see how we compare. We are still an excellent value when you're taking $1,300 for 12 hours compared to the state average for most of the regional institutions is around 18,000 for the upcoming year. So again, that's just a ballpark, but we are definitely a value for the education and the resources that they're receiving. Again, you all again continue to be good stewards of the taxpayers. Not only are we able to pay off debt early, we were able to reduce the tax rate this past year down. And so again, we continue to be taking a look at that. And so this was just a reminder for you that the current tax rate is 0.1060 for our overall evaluation for this taxing year. And then again, that was just kind of a historical slide. I know sometimes that's helpful for you all to have. And again, I'll send these to you to make sure you have this for your reference. But it just continues to show you. So the red line is the state average for 15 and blue is Lone Star. So you can see that we continue to be flat through 15 and then 24. And then the last 2 years, since 24, 25, we've continued to lower the tax rate. So been able to pay off taxes early and lower the tax rate at the same time. So an excellent position to be in. And so when you take a look at it, looking at the tax rate, this is a slide that just shows you if we were not paying off debt early, our tax rate would continue to go down. And so ultimately that's a long-term conversation that we're going to need to monitor and look at with the board because it's good to have debt to pay off. We want to pay it off early, but at the end of the day, it will impact our long-term tax rate. So that's not a conversation necessarily for today with the board, but I'm just planting that seed that will probably be a conversation that's coming to audit and finance in the upcoming year. So that's a conversation that we need to do some long-term strategies and talk with potentially outside counsel on what that looks like to paint us a long-term 3 to 5 to 10 year vision. And then on top of that, kind of mapping out what our priorities are. So that's just, again, not a conversation for today. I just always like to put that in front of you, that's going to be a conversation that we need to move forward as we look at our long-term property tax and its impact on us. So just a different way to show you again, the blue part here is our M&O. So that's our Fund 10 operating budget. And the red is what we use to pay on bonds. All right. So again, taking a look at it, the short answer to the story is we do not know at this time exactly how much funding we will receive in growth. It's too early in January to know that information. We're going to continue to work on forecasting that, kind of getting our hands around that. But with student tuition and revenue being flat, the most on a conservative estimate that we could expect is 1 to 2 million there. So again, as we're putting money, how much money is on the board, how much money can be allocated? Again, just going back to our conversation is what is the point of this topic It's to figure out what we want to prioritize for coming forward. So we have to know how much money is on the board, what we want to do with that money. So approximately 1 to 2 million on looking at growth estimates that we would receive. Tax rate, there's a lot of asterisks here. A lot of caveats, a lot of things with the tax rate. So if all things held constant. Oh, I'm
May I
sorry.
stop you real quick? So when you said 1 or 2 million growth, is that year or is that semester?
That would be for a year.
For a year?
And that would be for 27, because again, we're not increasing price. So that would just be based on how much we grow from this year to next year. And we would recognize the growth of the system, not the growth of the tuition.
Okay.
If we were raising tuition, then we could project, okay, we might. So typically if we do raise tuition, a lot of times it's an $8 to $9 million increase because of growth and a cost adjustment. Without the cost adjustment, we only can rely on the growth of student enrollment. So did we go up 500 students? What does that look like? So it's a very conservative estimate, but I just want to paint the realistic that there won't be a lot of additional revenue coming in from the student part of the pie, if you will, because of that.
And those numbers are typically with in terms of student growth is basically taking per year versus.
Yeah, we look at it on a yearly
Okay.
basis. I mean, we measure enrollment semester to semester, and that's one of the chancellor's goals, fall to fall retention, and then, fall to spring. So all of those things are measured. But when we look at it from a revenue budget, we look at it for the whole fiscal year.
Okay.
Because if we fall may be really good, spring, but summer, so you're looking at it across the entire fiscal year. And again, so my estimate would be 1 to 2 million. And that's, that just would be depending on our growth rate. So great question then. Okay. So potentially 1 to 2 million in tuition growth. When we look at the tax rate, again, assuming 3% in taxable values, that's about as what we're looking at potentially for our service area. I give a lot of asterisks there. If all other things remain constant and all the variables, there could be an additional $10 million in tax growth, 7 million for the O&M side, and then 3 million for the debt side. So, but again, on the conservative, it's really too early to know exactly what those property evaluations. There's a lot of things going on in the economy right now, a lot of interest rates, all of that uncertainty with the economy can impact how happens with the tax evaluation rate. So yes.
Approximately, what is our appraised value?
I have that in one of the additional slides. I'll give it, yeah, Guy County, I have that broken down. So, and I can show you exactly each county what that is. So hold me to that, Trustee Kane, I'll come right back to that in a second. So state appropriations, 111 million. Again, right now we're just projecting flat because we don't know. We're going to continue to look at that and have a better outcome for that. That is also money that typically we would only budget for one-time things to be on the conservative, because we can't always guarantee that those state appropriations will be there because they're based off of outcomes that we don't control. So typically, even if we have funding in state appropriations, even if we go up several $1 million, we would typically only want to allocate that to a one-time. How do we, what do we build with that? Or what do we do? Yes, sir.
So thinking back to the chart where you showed the 2 columns where we have 3,500 we get, but the state doesn't pay us more unless it's a high demand credential. Do we self-report? Where do they get the information, and do they accept it from you, or?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Talk me through that.
Yeah,
please.
so yeah, it all is self-reported through our iPads, our state reporting that we have to denote everything at census and so depending on what the outcome is, depends on the report. But yes, it all goes into the central repository for the state, for lack of a better word, and they use that data, and which is what takes so long, right? Because all of us are submitting, so 50 colleges put their data in, and they're running statistical analysis. So they're not only looking at our data, they're looking at it across all the states for outcomes, but our data is self-reported. It goes into the system, and they use that to match it with the outcomes. So did we have the number of graduates they thought we would have? Because in essence, when they gave us 111 million, they said, okay, student transfers will be X number, right? Certificates will be this. So they had a forecast that the state set. Lone Star didn't get to say, we think this is what we're going to have. The state said, here's what we think Lone Star is going to have, and here's what we base your 111 million on. And so now what happens in February is we've been submitting that data
for the course, they not only look at this year's data, they're looking at it across multiple historical years, up to 3 years. And they're looking at it from a rolling average, or what is the best of like that 1 year. And so from that, they'll say, okay, you hit the mark. Great. You get to keep the money. You got better than that. So you get additional funding, or you got less, and they won't take it away from us in 26, but in 27, they'll shore us up for that.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a complicated formula, sir.
So it's not a true up per se.
Yeah, they don't true us up until the next fiscal year, and they hold us harmless. You can't go up more, plus or minus 5 and 10%. So they're only gonna, if you don't do as well as they project, they limit the decline or the true up to 5%.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Hope that helps. It's a complicated equation that, changes, and they've changed it about 6 different times throughout the course of implementation. So, yes, ma'am.
So since we're waiting on what the numbers and the information that you all have turned into the state, where are we? Like, did we meet what they said our goal was that they put for us? Did we exceed it? Yeah, fall under it? Like, where we at?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I've actually been dedicating a team of folks to actually work on that and work on auditing that, because we want to also try, and that's that forecasting where we're waiting still to look at that. What is the reason I can't give you an answer for that right now is because in this recent legislation, they implemented a new formula.
Right.
So they used to be applying one statistical format for all of the things. And now they have 3 different statistical models that they're applying, and it depends on which one they're using.
Okay.
And they have not released the cheat sheet, for lack of a better word, to show us which model. They're saying best fit. So that's why when I was answering Chair Sullivan's answer, it said they're not only comparing us on what we submit, but across the state. So they're running all of that data against these very complicated statistical analysis to see what is the chart look like, right? And this gets into very much statistics. And so if you remember the bell curve, in math, basically they're running us against to see where the average is, where the mean, median, and mode is of those, and they're setting it from that. And so we've been asking for the formula.
Do you think that would affect us? Cause like Lone Star is big, right? And so we know we have other smaller colleges. Do you think because we're big, it's gonna be like a
Yeah, I think fortunately for us, I don't think that's, because we're doing all these things to retain and, focusing on retention and student success, I don't think our size necessarily impacts. I think it does add to the variables, but I don't know that I think it impacts us.
Okay.
I think because we're doing the right thing and focusing on retention, that it helps with those. But yes, so I say that we're hoping to get those formulas in the next couple weeks. They've been promising them to us for a while, and we don't have the formula yet to be able to run those and see if we've been doing good. So, but stay tuned. That is our goal, and we've been working with the state very closely on that. So, okay, great question. So, all right, go back. So stop me. I want to make sure that all right. So when we look at state appropriation holding flat, and then again, we think for miscellaneous and auxiliary income, we could have at least, we'll have additional funds in there for, land sale. We could potentially have other things that go into miscellaneous. So again, that could be $6 to $8 million potentially in that pot of growth. And so when we're taking a look at those things, really miscellaneous is going to be investments. We don't think that interest will go up. So we think we're comfortable with what we've been in that category. So looking at all of those things as a very rough estimate, there could be around $15 to $16 million of additional funding that could be utilized for allocation, but it's still too early to know exactly what that figure is. So I just want to kind of set maybe that's, a very conservative estimate for you based on that figure. So one of the things that we're also working on that is G1, T4 is the new budget model. And so as we're looking at 27, we are looking at how those funds are distributed and what that allocation model will be. Right now, we're just trying to develop the equation, right? We don't know what the answer to the equation is. We're just trying to determine what that mathematical formula should be. So A plus B equals C, right? We're trying to determine that new equation. So we've worked very closely with the Chancellor's Cabinet and several brainstorming meetings, to get us there, as well as a consultant to kind of look at some of those high level things.
And we're gonna work with the cabinet in a couple weeks to display kind of what that is right now to get their impact, because we want the vice chancellors and the president's input on, are we measuring the right things, right? Is this what we hope to achieve? So we want to get their input, and then we'll be able to roll out version 1 of that. So I'll be very honest with you, it won't be perfect when we roll it out. It will need tweaks, it will need modifications, but it will be the first version of the equation. And so the new model, the feedback that we got was based on base funding. It's really focused on semester credit hours and making the honoring the same but different, which is, I think, what we heard from a lot of the campuses. How do we honor same but different with the budget model? And so we're working on rolling that out in the next couple of weeks, and that'll be the formula that we utilize for the 27 model. So want to have that to showcase for you. We want to be able to show that for you, but wanted to at least give you the highlight that it really does draw a distinction from different academic programs. So we hope to give different weights, because we know workforce programs are more expensive to develop than just a traditional classroom, right? We know STEM classes can be more expensive, right? So we want to figure in all of those things into the budget equation and make sure we honor same but different for our 8 colleges. But what does that look like? So all of those things is what the new budget model is going to take into consideration, and we hope to be able to unveil that for you very shortly.
Dr. Bien, I have a question. We
Yes.
go back 1 slide, please. So fundamentally, just in 1 or 2 sentences, what is the difference between the new budget model that Chancellor's Cabinet is proposing and essentially what we've had as long as I've worked here?
Yeah, so I think it's grounded in, because I don't know that there's a lot of history as to how we got to the budget model that we have. Meaning, I don't know that any of us have a matrix that says A plus B equals C on the model that we have now. There's not a good historical thing of like, why does one campus get this amount? Where did the funds come from? So from just a jumping off point, we don't really have the roadmap to the one we have, if that makes sense. We've been adding to it and dispersing, but there's not necessarily that equation for us to know what we're using. There's just the allocations. So for the first time in a long time, or at least for those to give grace that are on cabinet, like we're actually building it based off of where we can have and document the logic. So that 5 or 6 years from now, somebody can be like, okay, I understand why this campus got that amount. So that's one significant difference, that we don't have that luxury of right now. So then additionally, it's taking into consideration that while all the campuses are doing academic programs, they're not doing the same programs, they're not doing the same workforce programs. And so this particular budget will give credence to that understanding that one campus may need additional money because of these high cost programs that they're operating, right? One campus may have multiple centers. And so what are they getting per center? So it does come into a base model, and then it figures in students, and then it figures in dual credit. So it's got various layers to it that you can back into, regardless of somebody has never seen it before. They'll be able to say, okay, we understand how they got to this dollar value, and it's equitable and transparent for anybody to understand. So that's the
Thank you.
quick version of it. All right. All right. So really, the ultimate question for you all is, what are the goals and priorities that the board would like to see for us as we talk about the funding that may be on the table for the future, again, which we don't know what it is. But just as I showed you in the first part of the presentation, that's what you allocated. That's what the board wanted to see for 26, right? So kind of with that same framework and going into that, what are the goals and priorities of the budget for this year? So that's the first question. The second question is the balance between tuition and tax rate. We want to have a brief conversation, or at least plant the seed for that. And then looking at what you want to see for tax rates and exemptions, so we can plan for those upcoming meetings. So there's really 3 questions that we need the board's direction on, so that we can work on these critical things in the upcoming months. So again, as we look at goals and priorities, some of the things that I heard you say, so I did anticipate some of those things may come up as part of the conversation, is ATV for FY27, is that, are those items that we want to look at and consider? Again, a ballpark estimate of those costs would be $10 to $12 million. That is just a rough estimate based off of current and doesn't factor in all the things that may change between now and then. Living wage, again, as we look at G1, T5, you talked about that. Several of you brought that up as something that you mentioned as a priority. Where does that rank? And so as you see them here, they're in no ranking order. These were just things that have been said throughout, the upcoming months or different times that people have mentioned. Competitive wage, which is G1T6, looking at what that looks like, how much would that cost, how quickly do we want to do it? Again, we've talked about employee dependent tuition. That'll be something we've talked about in audit and finance. We've talked about that as a potential benefit. Again, that comes off of the budget for our employees. Again, that's money. If we use it for that, can't be used for other things, right? So all of those things considered, these are just 4 things that would be directly impacted by our employees. And there are things that we just want to be able to structure and understand what is the biggest priority for the board moving forward. So, yes, sir.
Can I take a break here and ask the chancellor to tell us where he is on employee dependent tuition waiver? Because I recall you telling us you were still having to work out if it's spouse, if it's twin kids, if it, things like that. Could you explain how that might impact this or vice versa?
Yes, we actually had a meeting about it yesterday.
Yes.
So consistent with what Dr. Vian has up there, it's in the February regular board meeting,
Yeah.
and we already have initial drafts of the first procedures because we have to have an idea of what the first procedures are to be able to tell the board what the fiscal consequence is going to be of it. And so as of right now, I understand, if I understood correctly, we're going to use the IRS definition of dependence. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. And we are looking at the dependent, it's based off our human resource definition.
The health insurance.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, I know. I'm just.
It's the benefits. So it's the benefits eligible dependents under our health insurance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's so. So we know the universe of that. We actually had a quite lengthy and spirited discussion yesterday about how you calculate that. And if I remember correctly, there were about 270-ish ballpark dependents in this category. And so it's not going to apply, for example, to dual credit, which is largely waived already as it is. It's going to be 1 dependent per employee, per full-time employee. So you have to be a full-time employee. So we have a pretty good idea of at least what the initial parameters are. And like most programs that my administration has unveiled, they're going to be very narrowly tailored in the very beginning to make sure that if we open something up and everyone that we believe will take advantage of it, takes advantage of it, then we have to be able to afford it. So that's why it's 1 dependent per full-time employee. And so that should narrow it enough to where we can afford to do it if all of them take it, but that's kind of where we are. And like you said, you see some of the confusion in this very meeting. There's been at least 3 or 4 definitions of what dependent means. And as of yesterday, at, I think it was like 3:30.
Yes.
As of yesterday at 3:30, that's where we are, is 1 per full-time employee, 12 hours maximum. And we can't waive it all because of some state regulation. And so it ends up being about $8 a credit hour. Is that correct?
That is
$8 a credit hour is what the person will have to pay. So we've made a lot of progress since the last time. And so there are already drafted procedures that we would be happy to share with the board in anticipation of the February board meeting that sort of lay out kind of how this is going to work if approved by the board in February.
And for context, it came to audit and finance in the fall and then requested that we continue to explore it and move forward. And so, yes, it would still need full board approval. So we don't want to put the cart before the horse, but just wanted to give that to you so you would understand how that would fit in the grand scheme of costs.
Question. So 1 dependent per employee, right? Now, let's say that 1 dependent graduates or gets a certificate and they have another child. Is it starting over, or is it that person is done with their,
But if I remember correctly, it's 1 at a time,
Correct.
1 at a
not
time?
1 time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So if you have 3 kids or a
Right.
set of twins,
Right.
you have to pick which
I
one
know.
you want to, pick your
What a
favorite.
decision.
But yeah, so it's 1 at a time, and as soon as that
Okay.
person, so they
Okay.
the next child could come along, but
Okay.
1 at a time, so that way, we're at least, and again, that's the initial version. If we
Mhm.
feel like we can make progress and expand that, then we will continue to review that, bring that back to the committee for review. But right now, as the chancellor said, we're trying to keep the purse string somewhat, closed in so that we don't roll it out too big and realize we can't afford it and then we're pulling it back.
Right.
That typically has a more negative reaction than if we ever did it in the first place. So we're starting small, and then of course we can always expand it at the board's discretion as you wish. So. Okay. So again, here are just some ideas and thoughts. And so again, as those direction, if you have questions about certain things, and again, this is not by any means all of the things, but as we look at things, those are ideas that it would be helpful for the board. Don't necessarily have to have it something that we talk or finalize today, but I want to get that at some point that we will need that so we can start building the budget, what you want us to prioritize and what you want us to lay out as we're building the budget, so we can be able to prepare that for that. Because again, we're not going to have money to do all the things.
Right.
Not everything's going to make the list. So where is the cut line in essence, for the various things that we want to be able to do?
Is the was that 1 million? Is that the max that you all are looking to spend on it, or is that just like this is what we're offering right now?
What I understand that number to be is that is the max if everyone who is eligible takes it.
Oh,
Right now,
Right now,
'Cause
right.
Again, we
Yes.
different people get hired, different people retire, that equation is a moving equation. That is the best calculation that we have at a maximum value.
Mhm.
So it may not take all of that for the first year, but that's based off the data we have now. But of course, it's dependent on our employees themselves.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Are there questions about that? Any thoughts? So that's food for the board to think about and to kind of, as you're working through things, what are the sort of things, what does that look like as a priority? One of the other items that we will need some advice, influence, direction from the board is something for the whole board to discuss. We have talked about this a little bit in audit and finance to bring forward to the whole board. And it's really the balance between tuition and taxes. So in the board policy, section 3, there is a specific statement, if you will, that actually says equalized property tax revenue and student revenue, that is the goal of the system when we're setting tuition and fees. As I've showed you with the chart previously, right now, we are not heading in the direction to equalizing. I don't know that that is a realistic goal for the foreseeable physical years, but I wanted to bring that to the attention of the board so that I think it's important that at least because we can leave it in policy, it's the board's decision, but I think it would be important to at least note the conversation if we want to. We've talked about it a couple times, but I don't know that we've made a firm decision. Should it stay? Should it go? What should be done? But again, I think at some point we need to at least have that discussion on where we feel, is that still a realistic goal? Do we leave it in there? I don't know that it's realistic that they're going to close anytime soon without detriment to the budget and the system itself. So, yes, sir.
So what was the original thinking behind that idea?
Yeah, so I only have what has been shared with me through historical context. So I don't know if I have the full story, sir. But as I understand it, the intent was well intended that taxpayers and students would share an equal burden or cost in their education. So they wanted to see that it wasn't just the taxpayers paying a greater burden than what the students were paying themselves, that they wanted to really equalize that share. That was my understanding of the intent behind the language, or at least as it was explained to me. That may not be the full context, but so meaning like at one point if it was, and so that was where there was a gradual scale to raise tuition to get that to be a greater percentage compared to what the taxpayers themselves were paying for tuition.
I believe your report is pretty much correct from what I remember of the discussions. I think this policy is no longer a valid policy. I'd recommend to the chair that you toss this to the policy committee to begin work on this. Just come up with some realistic policy that we can execute to. I'm always going to lean towards relief for taxpayers. That's going to be my biased opinion. But by and large, it needs to be looked at. And I think we should just start the process.
And that's really why I bring it to you today, is not just to educate, make sure you're aware that it is, and recommend that it's at least reviewed to see, because it is something that as the CFO this directs me to do certain things.
Right.
And this gives me direction for the budget, and I wanted to just be on the record to say it's not something that we've done in the past year. It's not something I feel like we can do, so I at least wanted it to be noted. So at least there's a rationale, and then we can decide where we move forward, so.
Just as a follow-up, is when you look at the growth of property values
Right.
and the fact that the amount of the exemption is increasing all the time, and the fact that we want to keep tuition as low as we possibly can, I don't see that particular goal is relevant anymore. I really don't. I mean, I would, you could even make the case of looking at the opposite point of view, where you shrink the percentage of the pie related to tuition so that we have reasonable tuition and more students can come to Lone Star. At the same time, property values, which we have no control over, take care of themselves. Exemptions, which are granted at the state level through voter approval, take care of that. So I don't think that current idea is as relevant today as it might have been in the past.
Good.
So to circle back to Trustee Stoneman's question or comment about the policy review committee, can we put that like, I don't know.
Yeah, let me give some thought to
Okay, yeah.
the appropriate committee.
Yeah.
But definitely committee, it would be a committee task, not a charge, for probably audit and finance so that we can do some modeling with
Right.
the CFO. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know that there's a magic place for it to fall.
Right. But I guess
They'll-
after the finance committee does their due diligence, then it could be relayed to the policy because we want to make sure, if possible.
Yeah, the GC says.
Yeah.
That would be the approach, because I always ask the GC
Right.
and the board council, where's this go now?
Right.
But yeah, it would not be an arbitrary decision from the audit and finance committee, I promise you that.
Okay.
So it would be audit and finance, if that's where we go,
Right.
then audit and finance, working in conjunction with board council, general counsel, and the chancellor and the CFO say, no, it needs to go to policy because we got to rewrite the policy.
Right.
But then we've got a budget in front of us. So, we have to make sure we do it properly.
Right.
And
Legally too.
Yes, ma'am. So that makes sense. It's a little bit of a long answer. I apologize.
I get it. I just want to make sure we have a plan of action.
Yeah, I mean, my point was start the process. Start the
Sure.
process of revision. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more, Trustee Stallman, and I made a written note. We need to evaluate funding / revenue ratios.
Right.
So I've got a long list of things to follow up on. That's one of them. Trustee Mason.
Is there, as far as the law is concerned, is there a required ratio? Do we have to have a ratio? Would it be as easy, I mean, if only, right, as to just grab this and just pick it out? Legally, do we have to have a ratio on the books?
I would defer to legal counsel on that, either.
Trustee, no, chapter 130 of the education code does require that the board consider factors such as the equalization of tax to student revenue, but it's not a must and there's no ratio. It's just a consideration and a factor as you're setting the tuition.
Okay, so would that be why this was created, was because of that consideration?
No, I don't know the
Sure.
historical nature of this, but there is just that factor that you have to consider. There is no ratio in.
Okay.
Trustee Bay said the best I can remember when all this came up for discussion. The intent is as Dr. Benny said earlier, is to have an equalization between students financing and taxpayers. I mean, it was a board decision. And I agree with Trustee Kane, it's outdated. So there's no other history there. I mean, it's essentially, it's an outdated policy and that we need to revisit it, change it, maybe just do away with it. There's a new day It's a new day.
And my last question is, if we were to, get rid of it, which I agree, or revisit, I think get rid of it. Are we exposing ourselves to the state coming down on us or is there any exposure upon us that, can be held liable to?
So I'll tell you that my recollection is that this section didn't exist before. It's actually one of the newest sections in section 30 of the policy manual. What I recall, the general counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, I recall this section being added. It wasn't a section that existed that was modified. So to answer your question, if we were just delete it, we'd essentially go back to where we were probably like 8 or 9 years ago. Because I don't recall this section exist. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
What section?
I would concur with the chancellor's memory on that. Yeah.
Again, brought it up for discussion, brought it up because I wanted to make sure if that's not the direction that we set the FY 27, just wanted to have a rationale for that noted so that, we were not setting a budget against what the board had, directed us to do. So thank you for the good conversation on that. I know there'll be more conversations, but I at least wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Because as we looked at it, don't necessarily know that that's going to be attainable. So really just as we're talking about tax rates, this is not necessarily the meeting to get all the way down the weeds for the tax rate, but just kind of remind the board of when we set tax rates and what that looks like. The reason I bring it up today is the question about local exemptions has come up. It came up last year during this discussion, but it was fairly later in the process, May or June. So as the CFO, I'm not necessarily recommending that we address that, but I wanted to make sure the board had an informed decision that should we choose to increase our local homestead exemptions, which is in our purview, this is the time, at least now in the upcoming months, to have that conversation and get direction, the direction that you would like us to go so that we can work on those calculations and come back and bring some informed information to you. Because we actually have to file that information with the state by July. So now is the runway to start looking at that. And our current local homestead exemption is 8%. And so I wanted to get also back to Trustee Kane's percentage when we talk about appraised value. You can see this is the total value of our appraised per the service area that we had. So
Yeah, but this is only residential. This is not.
that's correct. Yeah,
commercial,
yeah. And I'll pull the full.
multifamily. Okay.
Yeah, this was
Just
just
to
a,
make sure Dr. Kane realizes that.
yes,
So
this was just the local,
Yes,
homestead.
As it would be impacted by the
what about,
homestead exemption.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. And well, so if you want the entire thing, I'll make sure you have that information. I'll share that with the whole board. There are full taxable. Thanks.
What about non-residential?
That's where I don't have that in. So this particular exemption would not apply for commercial. It only applies to the homestead exemption. So I was bringing up the fact that we have 8% now for that value. If we want to look at increasing that, we can. And then to Trustee Kane's point, I will get you the full market value for commercial and homestead. So y'all have that information.
okay.
Typically I bring that in the tax meeting and I apologize. I didn't include that today.
It's like blue ice that you're on there because a single property, residential property, could be valued at $300,000 this year, and next year at 2 or at 4.
Correct. Yes, sir. And with all the different pending conversations about that, like I said, we're in an uncertain time with the market and understanding, so we don't know what those exactly will be. We only have what was based off of this year's appraisal. And again, just looking at the homestead was really just to bring up if it was something the board wanted to consider, not a recommendation from us that we do it. Only because, like I said, last time it was brought up in May as a question if we could, and we had missed the runway for it. So I really just wanted to make sure that if that's something you would like us to run projections on, then we can do that and bring that back to the board for further discussion. So those were just decisions that we needed to make in order to be able to build the budget for next year. So if that's helpful. So it wasn't a recommendation, but just those are really the questions or direction from the board that we need in order to start building out the priorities. Helpful. So happy to answer any questions, but I just really want to give you some high level looking at FY 27, what we're working on, and some direction from the board, for those things as we move forward together. Because the finance team is happy to prepare any of those scenarios, those different formulas at the direction of the board, as you would like it to be for 27.
So walk us through this. I see potential action dates.
Yeah, so typically, yeah, I think so. Yeah, for March is typically the time that we would want to have on the agenda for any increase in tuition and fees, which we've already established is not something we would do this year because of the freeze. So I just wanted you this is the typical timeline for the board or when we see the agenda. So typically property tax exemptions that we would actually see any type of local exemption that we would want on the June board agenda. So we would just, as a finance team, need to know that that's something you want us to pursue between now and then so that we could prepare an increase in the local exemption should you want it. And then property taxes is we would typically bring that forward and it's adopted as part of the budget. The September is the tax adoption, or at least the tax workshop. And then October is the tax rate hearing. And then we would typically approve the full budget compensation or anything like that with the August budget approval. So those were just some of the key dates as we align it with BAIs or any further direction for the board, just kind of set a timeline.
Okay, and compensation?
Just as we talk about whether we would want to include that into the budget approval. So should we want to do an across the board or anything that would all typically be approved in the August budget adoption.
Okay, so the administration of the system will be bringing information to the board about these things as they get closer in time.
Yes, if that's the direction that you want us to go. We would not bring forward the local exemption if that's not something the board wants us to consider. Just wanted to make that aware of that date.
And I think what we're asking the board is if the board or board members, individual board members have individual requests, essentially with regard to, for example, homestead exemptions, tax rates, what tuition and fees should be, the time is now essentially to start sort of putting forward those opinions and or recommendations to the entire board. So then the board can give myself and Dr. Vian time to essentially run the modeling, give you forecast, tell you if you decide to lower the tax rate by this is how much money, all of that, instead of potentially what we were running into last year, which is in May, June, trying to have those it's not too late, but it stresses systems that aren't built for that information to be injected that late into the process.
Let me ask this then of the appropriate people, whoever it is, and I think I can speak on behalf of the board when I say this, send us something with deadlines.
Yes, sir.
And say by this date, I need your preferred funding priorities or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And let us work on a schedule, because I agree with you. I don't like to have to pivot at the wrong time, without having information and chance to pick up the phone and call people and, ask your opinion and what the impact would be or what the political climate is, all the things that factor into what we decide to do. So hard deadlines and then follow up with us, please, and pressure us to.
Yes, sir.
To get either I have no request, and these are my requests and priorities. Does that
I agree.
sound good?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Trustee Mason. Yes, sir.
Trustee Wilson, you just mentioned opinions, and then also, you're asking for the system to send us deadlines as well. My question is, and maybe this might be included in what's sent out, but does the system and y'all as the administration have any recommendations that y'all think might be on any of these topics, right, beneficial to forecasting or the health of the system? Would that be included in what's sent out, or do y'all have any recommendations to suggest or offer right now currently?
And that is some of the guidance that we're after from the board, right? Because in the past, for example, we've experienced where we send stuff like that out. We don't want board members to believe that that's presumptuous of us, right? Because like I'm careful of this in my own meetings with Chancellor's Cabinet. If I come into a room and I say, this is what I think, what do y'all think?
Whatever you think.
It needs the feedback, right? So one of the things that I work very hard on, and I'm not perfect with it, is what do y'all think? Okay, this is what I think, right? And so, one, we don't want to taint the well, for lack of a better phrase. We also don't want to come off as presumptuous. So if you are particularly interested in the recommendations of the administration, we'd be happy to provide them. But I think that is something that you would have to ask of us, because again, we don't want to presume, because we're not elected, right? And so we don't want to presume that we speak for the voters.
And it was a few years ago when I think when the tax rate, I think when they increased the exemption, voters did come in to the meetings and speak about, you know, why they, you know, they feel like they should get the increase in the exemption because, you know, they gave their reasons, but, you know, we want to make sure that we being fair to the votes because ultimately they're the taxpayers are paying.
Trustee Mesa, going back to your question, which I think is a really good one, it's a good grounding for us to start from. How about us asking the administration to give us their recommendation with the understanding that it is only a recommendation? And at the same time, concurrently, the board can give its preferences. Each individual trustee can give their individual preference to the administration as well. Was that? Because we got to kind of get there, and we don't have to get there yet, I don't think. How reasonable is that?
We will do whatever the board wants, sir. If that's what the board would like, that's what we will do.
And if I may, I see the balance and the reason, you know, between us being elected and being beholden to the stakeholders, in our case, who are the voters, and, you know, going through the topic, students, employees, taxpayers, whether or not they're voters or not. But also the reason I ask is because y'all in the system have, you know, I don't have access to the models and predictions and forecasting. And so that's why I can kind of see the balance that you mentioned, Chair Sullivan, is that, you know, we have our priorities as elected officials and trustees, right, for the system. But then I also see that y'all have y'all's priorities in the best interest for the health of the system and, you know, being able to see a little bit further into the future than maybe we can because of what the info that y'all have at hand. So that's kind of where my question is coming from in terms of do y'all have recommendations, but I'm happy to wait. Sure.
Before I call you Trustee Kane, Trustee Soma, you're hearing the discussion. Would you chime in with your thoughts real quick, please?
I will, thank you. Well, there's several things to realize. One, we're in great financial shape for the next 3 to 5 years, folks. I mean, you can project that any way you want to project. Secondly, home ownership. I'm talking about single family dwellings here. Home ownership, the owners are aging. They're old farts like me. Unfortunately, due to barriers to the market, newcomers and new homeowners, you know, young folks, having it hard to purchase property and having a house, the American dream for what those are. And as we heard several years back, I think that was talked about earlier. You know, the group out of Montgomery County, these were retired folks, and they needed relief, you know, from homestead exemptions from taxes. Because I can tell you, once you get on a fixed income, and most people are in this boat, you don't have a lot of variance, if any at all. And 5 or 6 or 10 or $20 a month means a lot. So, you know, I'm always gonna be for giving the maximum homeowners exemptions we can. Because that's what our majority homeowners are going, single family dwellings. The students, you know, and I'm biased here as well because I paid my way. I mean, I paid my way through my education. I'm still doing it, you know, and taking courses at the University of Texas. And my daughter struggles. In fact, the chancellor has helped her here lately. They need to struggle a little. I think we should help them. I think we should provide everything we can. But by and large, they need to be responsible for their education. And you know, it's still the situation today that if you give something away, it has no value. I don't care what it is. You know, we have vendors all the time and consulting companies all the time want to give you stuff, right? Well, it has no value. And the more they give, the more people want. So in order to have value and to create value, to have that sense of accomplishment, students need to struggle a little bit here. Not to say we shouldn't help them, we should. We should do everything we can to help them. But I'm gonna be on the side of the homeowner out here in District 1. I walked this district. I met a lot of people face to face in my campaign, and people are struggling here. Good family people are struggling, and they need all the relief they can get. And that's where I'm going to come down on all of this, to give them as much relief and exemptions or tax cuts as we can, because they pay our bills, folks. They pay the system's bills. So that's my 2 cents on it. We are fortunate. We are blessed. I want to say this: we are blessed. We're good, but we are blessed to be in the financial situation we are. It's beyond any of us as to why we're in that situation, other than the great fiscal management. We have to give ourselves credit to that. But the income is just coming in. I mean, it's just pouring in the door, and that's a gift from God. Like I said earlier, we don't have control over that, right? That's my 2 cents on it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kane, I have a comment, but I wanted you to talk first, please.
Yeah. I like what I'm hearing in terms of the process. Starting with the administration, giving us your thoughts, and then letting us work from there, because that gives us a baseline to work from. So I would support that.
We're talking about students and homesteads and property owners under residential ownership, if you will. And don't take this the wrong way, but let's not forget our business community. They contribute, is it a 65, 45 split, 55, whatever? It's not insignificant. And they get no exemptions. Now granted, that's a business and we've all have our various roles in the business world, but voters or property owners, voters are multifamily, not what, I mean, half, I do know this, half people live in apartments now. 50% of the population owns a home. So half can still vote, but not be a homeowner. So you take that, take multifamily, take business, take industry, you look at the woodlands, you look at the rural environment as well, take oil and gas and minerals. There are a lot of taxing classifications that put money into the system. So I just want to say that. So, yes, sir.
You mentioned the 60-40 split
I may be wrong on that, but I think
what is business? Is it business the heavier split or the low?
It's more equal than 60-40, actually. I think, if I remember back from the Harris County Appraisal District numbers, I think it's all. And I'm not putting you on the spot because you and I both want to look at the number and then say what the answer is. And I think would be reasonable to walk away from this meeting thinking that it's about 50-50, and Dr. Vien's obviously going to follow up with us after the meeting with what that split is, both in Harris County and Montgomery. San Jacinto, of course, but it's relatively insignificant. Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Just for information purposes, when we first increased it, the homestead exemption, I actually polled some of the homeowners, young homeowners in my community. Did they see a difference on their taxes? One person said they saw $170 decrease on their tax. You know what I'm saying? One person saw $56, somebody saw $20 or $30 or something. And then you know what I'm saying? But people are seeing the difference in the savings with the money that was coming out of their home, but now it's back in their home, right? And in the climate that we're in, we have to be very mindful of. I get where we're helping students, but we definitely have to find a balance, because just think if you had an additional $170 just from Lone Star, right? With Harris County or Montgomery County, you got to go, appeal your tax rate. But to know that, and for the ISDs, they don't offer the same kind of exemption. So homeowners are paying Harris County ISD community college, you know, and other taxing entities that's on their tax bill. So if we can make a difference in their household, you know what I mean? I think that's great.
Trustee Wilson, is that yearly or monthly?
That was here,
savings?
that for the
Okay.
tax bill, it comes
Gotcha.
once a year, so. 100, I just look, the max I heard was 170, so I'm like, $170, you can do a lot with $170. You know, so we have to, that's just my caveat, and from when I polled, you know, I would tell everybody to poll the community that's in the Lone Star taxing area, service area, to see, you know, what your community is saying, if they're saving, they don't see a savings, or, you know what I'm saying, just to see, you know, how important that is to offer that increase and what difference it's making in their home.
I have to admit you're spot on because $170 didn't seem a whole lot, but man, that's a week's worth of groceries to some people out here.
Right.
A lot of people.
Any other thoughts or comments?
So we have,
Anything from us?
no, sir, we just want to be able to build the FY 27 budget planning for all the things that you want to see. And so the best way we can utilize those resources is to make sure that we account for whether it's a purchase, a sale, any of those items. We just want to build budget that way. So we wait to hear from the board on direction, and thank y'all for your time today.
Great job. You can. Chancellor. Sir. Thank you. All right, so. Says you're supposed, I guess we're gonna take a break for lunch, is that right? So where if it's.
Lunch now.
Where's Carl going? Right.
Oh, y'all.
Yes, sir. We're going to break for lunch, and current time is 12:12. Can we shoot for about 30 to 45 minutes at the most for lunch? Kind of short it up so we can get out of Friday. Okay, that'll be good. Thank you. 12:12, we're adjourned. Excuse me, recess for lunch. The board retreat meeting at 1:02 p.m. Next item on the agenda is the 2025-2030 strategic plan. Chancellor Castillo, you have the podium.
Thank you, sir.
Or anything else if you want.
Thank you. So we have a PowerPoint here. You go. All right. So we'll go ahead and get into it. So one of the things that, just like Dr. Bien, going to spend the first part of our time together discussing essentially where we've been for the last year and some of the big changes that we've had. And so the first thing that we want to start with is obviously the board has adopted a new vision statement for the institution. Last year when we met at this time, it was proposed. It went through several drafts and iterations. I can say that I personally sent it to all the system multiple times. We got about 300 people roughly that wrote back with comments, everything from the comma placement to misaligned metaphors, I think is the way that one person put it. And so the results of all of that feedback then made its way into this vision statement, which the board has now approved. And so as we talk for the rest of the afternoon, I think it's really important really to start with the vision and the mission, because one of the things that I've advised the board since I became chancellor is really the vision and the mission is really what sets the strategic direction of the institution. And so just want to highlight a few things for you here, that we want to offer the highest high quality and affordable education. So again, best bang for your buck. We don't want to become too expensive and be cost prohibitive for our students. We need to be consistently evolving. And the key part is really how it ends, right? We really want to make sure that academic and workforce education stand on equal footing at this institution. Historically, that is a division that has plagued a lot of institutions where, in a lot of places, you're one or the other. And there's also sort of a feeling, particularly on the workforce or non-academic side, of being sort of less than or not as important, for example, as the academic side of the house. And we really want to emphasize as an institution that both have their place here at Lone Star. And so thanks to the board for their support in passing that vision. Then we have a new mission statement, which I can tell you that the feedback that I've gotten regarding the mission statement was overwhelmingly positive. I think that, you know, a year ago, if you would have stopped people and asked them, what is the mission of this institution, you get blank stares, all sorts of different things. And now most people can pretty much recite the second part of that line, you know, help individuals get from where they are to where they want to be. And if you notice, like part of the new mission statement too is we're not gonna prejudge or pre-assign where individuals should be, right? There are plenty of people, and notice it doesn't even say students. Because back to a point that both Trustee Stoma has made, Chairman Sullivan, you've made, individuals applies to small businesses. You know, we want to help small businesses get from where they are, they want to be. We want to help taxpayers get from where they are to where they want to be. We want to help employees get from where they are to where to be, to where they want to be, and so on and so forth. And so every word in this, I can tell you, was agonized over for almost a year. And so between the mission and the vision statement, we now have a really good idea of exactly what we need to do. And so the strategic plan has been named Do the Thing and Be the Bridge. So I can tell you that when you ask people what does it mean to help individuals get from where they are to where they want to be, almost universally, the people will say do the thing. And so Do the Thing has become our unofficial slogan. And as of, I guess, last week, it's our official slogan that it's going to replace Start Close and Go Far. And it's going to be replaced by Do the Thing. So everywhere that you see Lone Star College now, and it says Start Close, Go Far, you will see instead Do the Thing. And so the thing is, what is the thing? Help individuals get from where they are to where they want to be. And so I can tell you that inside of our institution now, and you've kind of heard Dr. Bien earlier, we had a meeting yesterday with some national leaders, and I can tell you that even internally at this institution, we are starting to take for granted how locked in we are to these goals. So you'll hear sort of people just say, this is under G2, G4, and we assume that everyone knows what that means. And so we had some folks yesterday in a meeting that were asking questions, and everyone on the Lone Star side is, we speak the same language because we know what these things mean. And you know, when the facilitator would ask us questions about different goals, it was really nice because actually call on the steward of that goal and say, you know, what is it that is expected of you in that goal? What are you up to? What are you doing? And everyone kind of knows what their position is. And so Do the Thing and Be the Bridge is the name of our strategic plan for 2025 to 2030. Here are the main goals, and all of you have already received this in an email from me several months ago, but I wanted to sort of just, again, give a broad overview as we sort of tackle some of the discussions that we're going to have today, both in open session and in closed session. So one of the things that I first want you to notice is that G1 through G4, the initialism is OLSC, one, Lone Star College. Opportunities and financial resilience, leadership and academic excellence, strength and culture and talent development, and connections to bridges of prosperity. Again, every single word of this has been obsessed about from several people at this institution. And so as we sort of conceptualize the 2025-2030 plan, I want to remind the board that we take a survey now every 2 years where we ask all employees, essentially, what are we doing right? What can we improve? And so it allowed us as an institution to really build a strategic plan that is really tied to what employees want to see, what the board wants to see, et cetera. And so the first part, again, was to update the mission and the vision statement. We identified a need for a direct focus set of goals. And so you remember that the prior strategic plan, the one that we had for 10 years, and I inherited the last 2 years of that strategic plan, essentially a circle. And that circle, when people would say, one of our strategic objectives is culture. Well, what does that mean? Financial accountability and resiliency, or accountability and responsibility. What does that mean? And so the idea then is the third bullet point there is that we needed to establish some key performance indicators to guide the pursuit of those goals so that they're not just sort of things that we put on a shelf and forget and dust off and bring out every once in a while. One of the things that I wanted to sort of report to the board and the public is that this is a living, breathing thing. There isn't a meeting that goes by where someone doesn't bring a KPI up in a meeting. This is something that is the living, breathing sort of organism of the institution now. And we have increasingly more and more of the nearly 8,000 employees at this institution on the same page, starting to row in the same direction. And so we have to, again, part of it is to acknowledge that the world outside the institution is changing and that we must change with it. Because I can tell you that Trustee Stone is correct. It is an act of God's mercy that we have and grace really, that we have the growth that we have. But people very much have a choice where they go to school. And I can tell you that at Lone Star College, there are a lot of people that drive from outside of our district area, from outside of Houston, just to come here. We have thousands of students that are online from across the country and around the world that could go anywhere to school, but they choose to come here. And so that is sort of a direct reflection of the commitment that this institution has made to people of all walks of life. And so I wanted to sort of take you through the timeline, and I'll be the first to tell you, one of the things that makes our strategic plan, I think, rather unique in higher education. You notice it doesn't have any graphics. It's not pretty to look at. I'll be the first one to tell you. It's just a Word document. But I can say that I've had people asking for it all over the country, because it's very detailed and essentially not just what we should be doing, but what those things are. And so I wanted to sort of share with the board the timeline. So in September, the board approved the new mission and vision statements. In a few weeks later, I sent the strategic plan to the board, and then after the board approved it, we moved on with the cabinet, and then on October 6th, the strategic plan went to the entire system. And I want to stop right there because it was really interesting. We sent the strategic plan out, and the college is really engaged in this because, again, there was 300 people that sat down and wrote feedback about both the vision and the mission. And so we actually have hundreds of employees that are really sort of engaged, and they're like, great, this is a strategic plan. How do we do it? And that's really sort of the three parts that I wanted to sort of break this down into. The strategic plan is why are we doing the things? The KPIs are what are we doing to achieve those things? And then LSC Online is how we're going to do those things. And so it's been really nice because I can tell you that as the principal draftsperson of these documents, when you send something out, a lot of times you're like, did people even read these? But I started getting a lot of questions about, on paragraph 3, this is of page 6, you said X, Y, and Z. Can you explain that more? And I've had to hold a lot of people sort of at bay while we get the KPIs out. So on October 7th, before October 7th, I shared the proposed KPIs with all of Chancellor's cabinet. And then there's the deadlines on there for when they had to get back to me. So the KPIs I want to share were a very collaborative process. So again, I was a principal draftsman of the initial drafts of those KPIs, and then I shared them with Chancellor's cabinet. And I can say we had a meeting where every cabinet member sat down, read the strategic plan, we talked about it. Then there was a period of, okay, are these things realistic? Can we actually achieve these KPIs? And there was a very sort of robust and interactive process between Chancellor's cabinet members and myself about how do we go about measuring these things? What should the goals be? And so then by November 30th, there is a 30, 60, 90-day plan that is attached to every single one of these KPIs. So there's 24 of them. And so each of them has a 30, 60, 90-day plan. So if the board wonders what I've been up to for the fall, it's someone had to read all these. And so I read the fall. So I've read 24 of these things. Wow. And given feedback to each cabinet member individually about where we could improve and different conversations, as have they, by the way. Chancellor's cabinet members have been really sort of engaged in this process. And I can tell you that each of them has a great deal of ownership, commitment, and pride in sort of their sort of corner of this document. And on December 11th, we had the final KPIs established and we began operationalization. That's the word. And so we shared them with all of the system. And so I want to take you through them just real briefly. G1, opportunity and financial resilience. So here the idea is, and we've already touched upon several of these things. So for example, A lot of institutions became overly dependent on either grants, state funding, tuition, tax. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we build as much resilience inside the institution as we possibly can to mitigate external factors, right? So earlier there was questions about, for example, what is the strategy behind grants? So I can tell you that one of the things that I've enacted is essentially we are not going to apply for grants without having a strategic priority attached to them where those grants require us to hire grant employees. Because what happens is, for example, last January, when we had a lot of sort of turmoil with our grant employees, we had 452 employees that were kind of in this limbo when their grants were threatened. And so what happens is ideally what we want is we want to apply for grants, but we want to make a commitment to those humans that if they come work at Lone Star as grant employees and the grant does what we need it to do, that then we will operationalize those grants and put them into hard dollars and operation dollars. So I'll tell you, Dr. Vian in an earlier slide had about 3 or 4 different grants that had been ended. And I think with very narrow exceptions, we were able to find jobs for all of those folks. So even though the grants ended, we were able to move those employees to somewhere else in the organization, maybe not doing exactly what they were doing before. But I can tell you that that's part of the culture that we're trying to build here, that even when a grant ends, that whether you're a grant employee, a part-time employee, or full-time employee, that you matter and that you're a part of the team and the institution is going to do its very best to take care of you as much as it can. And so that's a good example of the resiliency. We can't do that if we have 452 people on grants. And if we lose all of our grant funding overnight, there's no way we could do 452 employees overnight and bring them into the operational dollars. And so little by little over the next 5 years, our goal is to only have grant employees that if push came to shove, we would be able to essentially assume into the operational matrix. Along those lines is, there are certain grant programs that were never intended to be, and this has been, I think, one of the very sort of fair criticisms of the current presidential administration is that if we get in the habit of getting grants with no plan of how we're going to get off the grant, then that doesn't force us to essentially be very discriminatory or thoughtful or intentional about the grants that we apply for. And I can tell you that just in the last 6 months or so, where I've started saying, okay, if we were to apply for this grant and we hire grant employees, will you, President so-and-so or Vice Chancellor so-and-so, will you assume responsibility for finding jobs for the people that you're going to hire in grants? And that alone, I can tell you, has been a difference maker now in some of the grants that we don't apply for. So Trustee May said that is a good example, right? If we're going to apply for a grant, then it has to be something that we want to do to the point where all we're asking either the state government, the federal government, or even an endowment is give us the startup money. We believe in this so much that as soon as it gets going, it's going to be successful and we're going to internalize it so that we can get off of grants. And so really along those same lines, and Trustee Stoma talked on this earlier, a living wage is really important because as I wrote in the strategic plan, the only constant that we can count on is that our employees are going to be doing the work, right? We can redefine what the work is. Society and time will tell you, but one of the things that has made this institution into what it is, whether it's a premier institution, as Trustee Wilson says, a very worthy institution of God's grace, as Trustee Stoma has put it, are the employees and the hearts with which they carry out their labor every day. And so, as I've told you from the very beginning, if we take care of the employees will take care of us. If we take care of the students will take care of us. And that really is the idea here. So yes, we not only want to pay all of our employees a livable wage, because I believe, and as does the institution now, that if you work a full-time job, you should be able to support yourself and pay your basic needs. We also want to offer competitive pay scales with other higher education sectors because we want to continue to be the premier institution. We want to improve in the areas that we need to improve. And if we want to be the very best, then we have to pay the very best in order to have those expectations. And so
here are the key performance indicators for G1. So we will maintain financial reserves that allow 6-month full operation by 2030. So the idea here is that literally if we were to lose every single source of income, how long could we keep this thing going? And the goal is 6 months. In 6 months, and I've been at this institution during COVID, from Hurricane Harvey. 6 months allows pretty much to weather everything that we could weather realistically. And again, this is full operations. And one of the really sort of cool things that I want to point out is every one of these has a specific steward. And the reason we don't call them owners, by the way, is because we all own these, right? Inside the institution. Each of these has a steward, and that steward is responsible for carrying this out day to day and month to month. But we all own these goals because they're not my goals. They're not the board's goals. They're Lone Star College's goals. And the reason that they're that is because of the shared governance manner in which they were approved and revised. And so the idea there again is 6 months. The number two there is the idea is there's two things. One, as we sort of surveyed, particularly frontline employees and frontline supervisors, we want to give ideally every person who has a budget some wiggle room to essentially do the things that they need to do without coming in asking us for every little thing. Yes, like Dr. Bien said, there are procurement and regulatory reasons why we have the bureaucracy that we have, but we should have no more bureaucracy than what is necessary to ensure that taxpayer funds are used smartly, lawfully, and under regulatory premises. And we want to make sure as well that I can tell you inside the institution for many, many years, there's a lot of time and energy spent asking either the chancellor's office for money, asking the CFO for money. And this makes it really clear and transparent who has money, what the room for error is. So let me give you an example. About a year ago, 2 years ago, and I think I talked about this at the last year's retreat, we essentially audited how much money could we cut from every college, how much money could we cut from every vice chancellor before we would have to cut a job. Right. And what I mean by that, what we figured out is that 5% generally we can protect all the jobs. If every budget has at least 5%, then usually we could pick up the 5% from the system before we would have to cut anyone's jobs. And so that's the idea. It's twofold. Number one, financial resilience, and two, autonomy to supervisors to essentially within their budgets have 5% to do what they will, so long as they follow law, board policy, etc. Number three is revenue diversification ratio of at least 0.62. The idea there is that we don't want to become too dependent on any one stream, right? So going back to if we become the higher that number, the better. Okay, so 0.62, and this is a great example, right? The number that I had there originally apparently was not realistic in any realm. And so Dr. Bien, to her credit, came and told me very nicely and very politely that I needed to lower that number because what I wanted was mathematically and operationally impossible. And so that's part of the back and forth that happens with these numbers. And so there, the idea is that we want to diversify our revenue streams so that we don't become too dependent. Because going back to what Trustee Vogt said, we are on blue ice with certain issues. And if that blue ice slips or it breaks, we want to make sure that it doesn't break the entire institution. For example, if the state doesn't give us HB8 money, we need to be diversified enough to where we can make it work from other sections. But if we just have one or two streams of income and those one or two streams get imperiled or endangered or lowered for any reason, whether that's tax rates, student revenue, auxiliary, we don't want to be in a situation where we're vulnerable that way. And Dr. Vienna already talked to you about sort of number 4, we have a new budget model, and she did an excellent job of sort of explaining that. So I'll just leave that alone. G1, T5. So when you hear them, by the way, this is why this is the nomenclature. G1 is obviously up there. This is G1, right? Then T1 is that one right there, T2, T3, and so on and so forth. And so I can tell you that every one of them now, I'm sure, I think I had someone say yesterday in a meeting that joking that they tattooed it to their forehead. Everyone can pretty much recite which G and which T is there almost verbatim. And so We will pay every full-time employee at this institution a livable wage by FY31. So Trustee Wilson, that is the question that you had, every full-time employee at this institution by FY31. And then number 6 there is, again, this is what Trustee Stoma was talking about earlier. Prevailing wages is what this is called. And usually these are called Davis-Bacon wages under the Act. The idea here is there's 2 things that are going on here. One, we want to make sure that we're paying at market or above market for every one of our job families. And 2, and I think this is the more important part, is the sequence in which people go. At any given time at this institution, we're underpaying, whether real or imagined, several groups of employees. And one of the things that's always kind of hampered us is how do you pick who goes first? As Trustee Stoma said earlier, we can't afford to sort of do the whole thing, so we have to step it in a certain way. And so we want to make sure that the people who are furthest from the median go first. Right? Because there are people, for example, that are already not people. There are job categories and job positions at this institution where we're already paying either market or above market, but nevertheless, those employees believe that they should be paid more. Well, first, we're going to take care of the people that are not paid, for example, a livable wage, and try to get as many people to a livable wage as possible. Then we're going to try to get everyone to a median wage or an above median wage. And so that's how the 2 work together. As we push people up in a livable wage, the gap between the livable wage and the median wage should shrink. So I'm going to stop right there with G1. Does anyone have any questions or clarifications on G1? Yes, sir.
If you could go back to number 4.
Yes, sir.
Number 3.
Yes,
How did you calculate the diversification ratio? How was that calculated?
So Dr. Vian?
So you take a look at how much of your budget is coming in percentage, and you basically subtract it from 1. So ideally 1 is kind of an ideal state, meaning like if you had 4 sources of revenue, each one would be at 25. So it's actually what you're trying to get is an equal balance of the revenues. And right now, based off of our taxes, we're at 0.55 approximately is where we are right now, with the goal of getting to 0.62, meaning how much of our largest source of revenue subtracted by 1. So you take our percentage of property taxes, approximately, 45% of our budget, you subtract that by 1, and that's our dependency on that particular rate. And I can share that equation with you all as well. So, but it's kind of a standard practice where that's what you're looking at, is your highest revenue as a reflection of 1.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other trustees? Thank you, Trustee King. Okay, so then moving to G2. So G2, we will achieve fall-to-fall retention. So from the very beginning, I've shared with the board that I thought that if we focused on retention instead of enrollments, their enrollments would take care of themselves. And so G2 T1 is fall-to-fall retention. So we want to get to 70% by 2030. G2 T2, we will achieve a fall to spring retention rate of 86% by 2030. And then number 3 is we will achieve a success rate of at least 72% in gateway math and 76% in gateway English courses by 2030. So let me take a stop there. So when we talk about retention simply measures whether a student comes back. For example, between 1 and 2, there, a student that comes in the fall, if they come back in the spring, essentially they add to the retention of spring. The issue is that it doesn't account for how they do, right? So if you get an F in the fall, if you come back in the spring and you get an F, we retained you, but we failed you. And so the reason number 3 is there, the research shows that if you do well in gateway math or gateway English, the velocity to graduation, which is how quickly will you get from where you are to where you want to be, is increased. So the research shows that if you come in your first semester, your second semester, and you take gateway math or gateway English and you do well, you're more likely not just to come back, but you're more likely to persist and complete whatever it is that you came here to do. Because these are the courses, particularly math, right? A lot of our students get here, and a lot of them are, as I've explained to the board before, they don't know if college is for them. They don't know if really they have whether it's imposter syndrome, lack of confidence, life difficulties, they really are touch and go. And then they take that math class and they don't do well. A lot of times that will be all the confirmation that these students need that, okay, this was not for me. And a lot of students don't even take the math or the English class. And so because either they're scared or they want to get ready to get ready. And the problem then is then they take a bunch of classes and they've been here for 6 years and they don't have a credential of value, back to your comment, trustee Murillo. And so we really want to get students into Gateway Math and Gateway English as quickly as possible. And we want to measure that to see how they do. And the better our students do in that, the better they're likely to do overall. And I want to show you again why these KPIs are sort of guiding the work. So as some of you know, we have not hired search firms for our senior executives pretty much, I think, since I've been the chancellor. So we've taken that money and we've essentially set it aside to feed students during finals. So I think this year Dr. Vianne and her staff came up with a really clever name called Fuel for Finals. So if you saw Fuel for Finals, that's what it was. And so Dr. Vianne came to me and said, Chancellor, when should we do Fuel for Finals? And I said, well, let's go to our KPI board. I said, where could we spend money where it's going to help a KPI? And what we landed on, the day that we had Fuel for Finals free food, a year ago, it was kind of every college president got to decide for themselves when they wanted it. This year, it was the days that we have math and English finals, right? Because the idea is if we feed students on the days that we have the Gateway Math and English finals, they're probably going to do better than if they're hungry. And I can tell you that I've got a lot of emails from faculty members and staff that told me that they recognize obviously their students and that on those days, there was a bunch of study groups. There was the students didn't leave because once they leave our buildings, there's all sorts of distractions, right? That stop them from either coming back or studying. So we're very hopeful that the Gateway Math and Gateway English courses in the fall are going to be better. But that gives you an idea. Instead of just let's give them free food, which is a good idea, let's be strategic about it. When are we going to give them free food? Let's give them free food on Gateway Math and Gateway English. And I will tell you this, like even what we offer, we're testing, right? So Dr. Vianne and I had a very lively conversation about cheeseburgers and hot dogs, right? Because that's what we gave folks. And I told Dr. Vianne, I said, Dr. Vianne, if you give me the option of a cheeseburger and a hot dog, I will never accept the hot dog.
Right.
I will always take the cheeseburger. And the students agreed with me. I was because we had a lot more leftover hot dogs than we did a cheeseburger. But even that, right? Like even the food that we're giving, we're testing out because a year ago we gave away sandwiches. And so this year it was a hot meal with cheeseburgers and our partner in Canteen did a really good job of that. And, you know, this is the other part. I can tell you that our employees really appreciated that day, right? Because every day we come to work and we do all sorts of things. And that day when, you know, whether it's my wife, what did you do today? We fed someone that was hungry. And it's such a basic thing when you think about it, right? And so no one should have to go hungry at all. And then you look, even as I'm talking about, I'm getting emotional about it because it's such a basic thing, right? And if you've never been hungry, you don't really appreciate
Right.
what a meal can do for you. So moving on, for my sake. Number 4 is we will reduce the percentage of degree-seeking students in undeclared academic plans. So just yesterday, we were talking about this. We're able now to see where do our students that transfer in particular, how do they do once they transfer to the four-year universities? And the more undeclared students you have, well, let me rephrase. The students in the undeclared academic plans, they tend to not persist and not complete. And it makes sense, right? Because if you come to Lone Star and you are like, I want to be a lawyer, then I need to get a government, you have a very direct plan. But if you come to Lone Star and you're like, I don't really know what I want to do, I'm gonna go try this thing out, see if it's for me, then you sort of undeclare and you kind of can just sort of go through it, right? And then if you transfer to the universities and you don't have a declared academic plan, then now you're at a bigger school usually, where the classes are not as small as ours, where you don't have the individualized attention and you don't have a declared academic plan, then you're just not as likely to persist. And so one of our goals is that we try to cut about half of those students from our roles, from being undeclared and essentially having no plan to having a plan. So I'll tell you, like just yesterday, we saw a data point that if someone switches from undeclared to business to a business degree, it doubles their rate of graduations. Right? It just doubles, just that, just instead of I don't know what I want to do with myself to I want a business degree, it doubles the rate of completion. Number 5 is wraparound services. We want 65% of our non-dual credit students to use some sort of service. And they're listed there: tutoring, counseling, financial aid, food assistance. We want to really sort of track that. And even again, Dr. Napolis is in charge of number 4 there. Dr. Wright is in charge of number 5. Dr. Johnson here on number 6. We want to make sure that, you know, that students have good classrooms, that they have labs and digital tools. And so the the learning environment satisfaction index of 80% is where we want to be by 2030. And that's basically the classrooms doing what we need them to do for the students. And so any questions about that, about G2 before I move on?
Would number 6, would that include like Wi-Fi, for example?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have the data that shows the increased Wi-Fi with uptick satisfaction by 1.5%.
You say it and like you say like just that, right? I mean,
No, and that's
a
something
year
I hear
ago
a
that
lot.
was unheard of, right? Like
Yeah.
if you increase Wi-Fi, we'll go 1.5%. So that's a good example of that. So we just recently, for example, upgraded the Wi-Fi at North Harris. And I've gotten a lot of very complimentary comments about that. And so that's a good example.
Because that's a main complaint that I've heard just from being around students and
Yes, sir.
campuses.
Well, hopefully not recently at North
No.
Harris. All right. Yes, sir.
Can you go back one?
Yes, sir.
When you talk about the gateway math and gateway English,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I agree, makes a lot of sense. But we know that it's not just it's not just a correlation rather than a causation. That number.
Yes, sir. So it's both really, right? Because there's so many factors that go into a student's success right now, which is why I usually don't like the idea of measuring, and faculty in particular, right? No one wants to be measured on student success rates because students, the relationship between a faculty member and a student is so interpersonal and so unique that it's hard to sort of look at it in that sort of disaggregated way. There's a host of variables, but what we do know is that as a function of a rough order of magnitude, I would say this is one of the strongest indicators that if you do well in these courses, you're more likely than not to end up completing and persisting than if you don't do these 2 courses.
So there is a causation.
Yes, sir. There is. Is it the sole cause? No, sir. It's a host of things, but it's one of the largest indicators of that, particularly if they take it in the first, I believe, 9 hours. So really in the first year and a half, you're more likely to get it. But there's all sorts of factors, right? Like students that take 12 hours do better than students who take 6. A 9-hour student does usually better in completion than a 6-hour student, right? And so that's one factor. Do they take the math and English courses? Are they hungry? They afford the books, like Dr. Vian said earlier. And so all of those things. And that's why, as a strategic plan, we really have to try to account through Dr. Wright's goal, which is on this next slide. We're trying to get everyone at least a 65% to use some sort of wraparound service, because we want 65% of our students to avail themselves of something. And so the goal here, if you notice, all of these things work in tandem. Number 1, we got to get you to come back fall to fall. That's a year later, right? That's a huge achievement. As I was saying to someone in a break, don't take for granted that it's a huge lift for a community college student and our students to go from fall to spring, right? For the reasons that I've noted, some of them in a lot of community colleges, they lose them from fall to spring, right? And that's why traditionally spring enrollment is down from fall enrollment, because it's harder to get them to bridge that summer. And then bridging the summer is even harder sometimes. So fall to fall, you have to do the spring and the summer. It's like a two-legged race. Then, once we get them here, then they have to, we want them not just to come here and just retention, like I wrote in the strategic plan, we need something that's retention plus, right? And the plus is this gateway math and English course, so that not only are you coming back, but you're better off having come through our doors than you would be if you hadn't. We don't just want to retain you for the same reason that we don't just want to enroll people, right? We want you to come through here, just go back to the mission. The mission is to help individuals get from where they are to where they want to be, not help individuals come here forever, right? And so we need to, as I always tell, I tease Dr. Jones about it because she has a particularly strategy at Cypher, I belong. And I always tease her, I say, I want them to belong up to a point. Then I need them to go, right? Because the idea is I don't want them to belong forever, right? And so I want them to feel welcome, have a welcoming environment, but we're the bridge. And that's why this is called sort of be the bridge, right? And so we are a bridge between where people are and where they want to be. And we always have to remind them of that. We're not the final destination, so we got to keep them moving. And so in tandem, these three KPIs keep our students moving through that. And then number 4 is to ensure that when they get to where they're going as a university, that they're successful there. And I'll tell you that this is something where I inherited a great tradition where our students outperform freshmen and sophomore students from the university. So all things considered, our junior students at a university tend to outperform the students that were there all 3 years. And that's a testament to, again, the caliber of education. And without sort of mentioning any names, I'll tell you, I talk to a lot of students, and a lot of students say that the rigor and vigor of their instruction at Lone Star College is far superior to that which they meet at the universities. When tied with the small classroom sizes, the quality of the instruction is better. And so that's part of, again, what's in the strategic plan. Why would you pay more for something that's an inferior product, right? We have class caps that are 30 or less, right? As someone who went to a major university, I sat in a classroom with 1,000 people and paid 4 to 5 times what Lone Star costs, right? And so that's part of what we're trying to do here is make sure that when they get to those universities, they do better. Number 5, like we've mentioned several times, we want to take care of the whole student. And again, number 6 is the environment. But I wanted to show you guys this. So I very rarely talk about enrollments, but I don't want you guys thinking that I'm not talking to you about it because we're not just absolutely killing it. So here are the enrollments, and I can tell you that this is as of yesterday. As of this morning, this spring, we have 96,261 students. And so, Trustee Mesa, one of the things that I wanted to share with you is I believe in the history of this institution, that red line has never crossed that blue line. And we're dangerously close for the first time. We are about 1,000 students away. We've got about 10 days left before official day of record. And just keep in mind that it's getting harder and harder, right? So every spring semester that I have been the chancellor has been the highest enrollment in the history of this institution. And in the fall, you start seeing it gets harder to have a bigger spring than a fall if the fall keeps going up. Right. So either we're going to have the most amazing spring in the history of the institution, or the fall is going to have to flatten out a little bit and then let us sort of catch up on the spring side. And the reason that's really important goes back to this idea of getting students from where they are to where they want to be. The reason that I have tasked so many administrators with trying to have a bigger spring and a bigger fall is because it shows as an institution that we're not losing students.
Right.
Because not only are the enrollments bigger, but we are actually retaining more and more of the students. So they're not just new students. As a percentage, we're retaining more of the students that we had in the fall, which means they're coming back in the spring. And it's starting to, if you look at graduation rates, my first spring as chancellor, we had 11,000 graduates. The next year we had 13,000 last spring. And this spring, I believe we're slated to have 15,000 graduates. And so it's not just on the front end that we're capturing more students, we're actually graduating them. And so any questions about G2 before I go into G3? Yes, sir.
Can you go back a couple
Of
slides?
course.
One more. On number two, what is that percentage right now? Just out of curiosity.
So, because it involves the performance of personnel, I'll have all of that for you in closed session.
Okay,
So I have exactly how we're doing.
okay.
But under the Texas Open Meetings Act, there's an exception. And I think the board council will agree with me, there's an exception for personnel matters. And so, if we're gonna discuss personnel performance, I prefer to do that in closed session.
I'm sorry, I was just looking at. Okay, so you're rolling personnel performance into student retention. for
Yes, sir.
Spring.
Oh, this is my performance as well, right?
Okay.
If I'm telling the board that these are the things that we're gonna do,
Okay,
and we don't do those things, then I'm accountable to
all
the
right,
board.
thank you.
And so, okay, so on G3 then, so G3 is really a function of the survey that we send out. And like Dr. Vian, I'm trying to get better every year. And so this year I didn't bring any binders, but I can tell you that there's a very lengthy summary report and report on the survey of employees that I will be emailing to everyone on the board. And there was also about 6,700 comments that I've read already from one end to the other. And I was reading them as they were coming in. Now they're anonymous, but G3 is essentially a product of that survey. So as we talk about strength and culture and talent development, you'll see there that communications continues to be, and let me just take a step back, as you will see in the survey, we did better this year than we did 2 years ago. And that's saying something because we did pretty well 2 years ago. And so to improve on even what we had 2 years ago is a testament that the institution is headed in the right direction. But we have to continue to improve our communication. Communications continues to be sort of one of the big things that, and part of it is we're just a large organization. You know, we have 27 locations. We have 8 different colleges, 8,000 employees, 100,000 students, as you just saw. Communication is a really big part of what we need to do to be strategically more sound. Number 2 is professional development. So a lot of the feedback in this survey is that we need to do a better job of professional developing and talent development within the organization. And so number 2 is essentially we will commit that 90% of our full-time employees will have 20 hours of professional development a year. And that's a really big commitment because we have a lot of employees, including faculty, for example, that over the last few years haven't engaged in any professional development, either because money wasn't set aside or because it just wasn't prioritized, either institutionally from a labor perspective, or we were busy with other things. Number 3 is our internal mobility and promotional rate of 25%. So we want at least a quarter of our, and this is one of the things that's going on internally. Do we want a quarter of all of our employees or a quarter of all of our positions to be internally mobile and a promotional rate? Because we want to make sure as well that our employees have promotional opportunities within the institution.
Can I ask a
Within,
question?
yes, ma'am.
For number 2,
Yes, ma'am.
are these gonna be mandated
Yes,
that they, okay?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Number 2, is there a link? Is there a need to create a link between success? I guess I want to make sure the quality of the training is so it leads to the increase or the change in the number.
Yes, sir. So I can tell you that last year we committed, along with the board support, you remember, we committed $1 million to professional development for faculty. And that has been honestly one of the most popular things I've done as chancellor. There has been a lot of incredibly positive feedback and reception to that. We also have a lot of folks, to be fair, that are engaging in professional development. We just don't know about it. Okay. Because we're not tracking it and we're not giving them credit for it. Right. And so to be fair, there's a lot of employees that will probably satisfy this that we don't even know that they're doing it as of today. And so the idea here is just to have a better idea of who needs the professional development so that we can get it to them. Yes, sir.
And is that because they're doing it on their own time or on their own dime, or
Both.
nobody's tracking it?
No one's tracking it, sir. And so that's really for this KPI, that's been one of the hardest things to put up is how are we gonna track it? And so that's the real sort of lift here in this one is how are we tracking it?
So let's say they like they're in the process of doing it or they've already completed. They say, hey, I paid for this and this is the certification. Y'all reimbursing? Y'all not reimbursing? How y'all doing it?
We're gonna reimburse you. Like, again, anything that you do for professional development that's directly tied to your employment here, I think the institution should pay.
And I'm just trying to make sure that there's a way to track success with good ones between yours.
Yes, sir, but also remember that this isn't just faculty, it's all employees, so not all employees are involved in student success in a direct way, in a causal way.
I just don't want it to become just a compliance goal, but a excellent thing that leads to success.
No, sir, because part of it is that we're not, at least from my perspective, we're not going to mandate what it is. Right, like I believe that faculty are in the best position to tell us, these are the things that I need to improve my instruction. And so long as it's at least 20 hours on average, then we'll be fine. But they're in the best position to tell us what it is that they need.
And if we're working on tracking, would that, in this case, as an example, would that be on Dr. Morales?
Yes, sir.
In terms of like, I guess, would you have a team to help them track these?
So again, they're the stewards.
Right.
Right. So everyone, right, there's a bunch of people involved in the tracking aspect, for example. The tracking aspect of it is where we've spent the last 2 months. Is we all have to agree to how we're going to track it. Right. And that's really been because remember, these KPIs were rolled out in December. But what have we been doing since December? Essentially having conversations about what's the proper measure of how we track all of them, not just this one. How do we track them, right? How do we make sure that the ROI is there? Back to, I think, what Trustee Murillo is getting into. So that way we're not just spending money to spend money. Right.
One more question, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yes, ma'am.
So are there certain trainings that they like, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you only these trainings qualify, or is it what each person picks, make then like how will we determine?
That's part of what I'm waiting on Dr. Morales and others to sort of inform.
Okay.
I can tell you that right now, there's such a need for professional development that we haven't had really a whole lot of problem with. That's not really professional development. I think by and large, on average, our faculty and staff do a really good job of being really prudent with how we spend that money.
Okay.
So I wanted to show you this. So this was last year. So one of the slides in this survey that I'm going to send you is this slide from last year. And so this is the ENPS. So to give you an idea, 2 years ago, and if you follow the news, you can kind of figure out why some of these numbers went down. So I want you to highlight that Costco's at 34 there, Southwest is at 50, Lone Star's at 40, and then this year, you'll see the difference. Like Lone Star went up 9 points, Costco went down, Southwest went down, and if you follow the news, you know why. And so one of the things that I read in the report is it's really unheard of to go up 10 points like that in 2 years. That's essentially a reflection of how employees view their engagement here. Now, to be transparent with the board, there are some pockets that we have some work to do, but by and large, employees report. And by the way, when I say employees, over 2,000 of them responded to the survey, right?
And this is an internal survey. This is from
APC, the company on the bottom right. They're a vendor that essentially does the survey for us. And so I'm going to share the results with the survey with the board and all the comments. And I can tell you that again, by and large, there's I believe 19 questions in that survey. We did better on all 19 of them, if I remember correctly. And I'm talking about, when you have 90% of the college that's happy to get another 1 or 2%, is really difficult. And so we did really well 2 years ago, and we did even better this year. But essentially, when you look at G3, it's a reflection of that survey. And so that's how we're operationalizing the feedback from employees. And so G4, our last one, is connections to bridges of prosperity. Want to make sure that we connect individuals to gainful employment and successful transfer opportunities, again, that where they want to be. And so G4, T1, 70% university graduation rate for Lone Star College first time transfer students. So once our students transfer, we want 70% of them to graduate from the universities that they attend.
Sorry, Chancellor, are we currently tracking that, or is that
Yes,
is that something we're gonna implement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So some of these, by the way, like a lot of Dr. Johnson's, and some of Miss Molina's, we're literally building from scratch, right? And some of these we've been tracking, we just haven't been tracking them as intentionally, or we haven't had the goal, right? So one on here, we've been tracking, we've never sort of said we're gonna hit this by this, which is number one. Number two is something that we've never tracked. Two, we're building from scratch, which is we want a workplace placement rate of 75% for our students within their field of study. So did they get the job they came here to get? And that one's really the closest one tied to HPA, for example, and that funding. Number three is even, you heard Dr. Vian say that we had an alumni association, even that's in here. We're not just having an alumni association to have a good time. There is a reason why we're investing money in alumni, and this is how we're tracking. Hey, we want 25% of our alumni to be engaged and help us again with jobs. As Dr. Vian said, some of them will help us with networking opportunities. Some of them will help us with money. Some of them will help us with even a phone call to cheer someone up. We've already had people volunteer to be speakers, all sorts of things. And it's no accident that Dr. Lambert is in charge of that. Dr. Lambert is the president of the oldest and original college at this system with the largest alumni base, which is Lone Star College North Harris. Number four is along the same lines. We will achieve offering our students 2,000 structured internships and apprenticeships. We want to make sure that by 2030, we have 2,000 structured internships, meaning that we are giving people internships while they're still here with the hope that they'll get full-time jobs and long-term employment, or at the very least get some real-world experience. G4T5, 5 guaranteed transfer partnership agreements with partner universities. So let me tell you about that. What we're trying to do there is we're actually trying to do legally guaranteed. Now that one's Dr. Keshvala, who's sitting over here to my left, and I'll tell you, I wanted to put in there legally guaranteed transfer, but Dr. Keshvala has a softer side than I do, and so she convinced me to get rid of legally guaranteed. But we're trying to get agreements that are legally guaranteed, where the university will legally guarantee that they will accept the credits of our students. And that if they don't accept them, and they told us that they would, that someone will pay either our college will reimburse the student because that student took a class at our advice that didn't transfer, even though we told them that it would, or the university said that they would accept it and they didn't. And this puts both the university and our college, we have skin in the game now to make sure that students don't transfer with classes that aren't going to count. Yes, sir.
Is this similar to what we have with UHD?
That's exactly one of the partners that we are negotiating that with right now.
And so we want to do at least 4. We need at least 4 more partners.
4 more universities. The goal is to have 50 pathways
within those 5 partners.
Yes. So we want 10 pathways from 5, I think 5 from 5 universities is my original vision. But this is part of what I really want to engender this, right? This is new to the system. This is new to higher ed. Right. This is unheard of in higher ed. So part of it is I want to make sure that the board doesn't get too tied up in the minutia of it and really takes a step back and says, we're trying a new way of running the organization. And so if it's 5 or 50, that is something that Dr. Keshvala and I will navigate over the next 5 years and pivot accordingly so that in the next 5-year plan in 2030, we all have the experience of knowing, because right now it's what is a strategic plan? What is a KPI? What is the scoreboard? How are you keeping track? What does that mean? Who's in charge of that? You see what I'm saying? And so that's a lot we're learning as we go, to be quite candid with you and the audience. And number 6 is we will achieve career and transfer success tech integration by 70% of our students. We want to create a portal of some sort that essentially ports our students to employment so that essentially by the time you leave Lone Star, you've already gotten a job. And so we're gonna have to build something from scratch. That doesn't exist for that. So that's the quality of that yet to be written software is what that's about. And that's all I have for the open session. Does anyone have any questions? Comments? I think we're right on.
Start over here with Brian, if you don't mind. Start on the left last time, Mr. Vogt, excuse me, Dr. Vogt. Trustee Vogt.
Not below.
Uh. How do you measure your successes?
On something we're calling the scoreboard.
Yeah.
It exists. I'm about to show it to you.
Scoreboard.
There's a scoreboard that goes with these. It's live.
And that'll be available to the public or just internal?
I'm still trying to decide that, to be honest with you. It'll be definitely available to the board. The board will be able to click on a link, open it up and see how we're doing on any one of these. At any given.
So it'll be just kind of ongoing.
It's live, yes, ma'am.
We'll have like a fantasy draft.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, it's that really is, and go back. If you remember going back to my interview for chancellor back in July of 23, I said one of the most important things for employees is to know what is expected of them. And that they have the resources needed. Once they have those two things, then they need to know what the scoreboard is. Right, and so 3 years ago, I told you we're gonna build a scoreboard. And the score.
This is it?
And so the scoreboard is live, and so now there's a scoreboard where people know this is exactly where this goal is. And that's really been the work that we've been doing for the last 2 months, trustee, is getting that scoreboard live, getting everyone to agree that that is the way we're gonna track it, getting everyone to agree, this is the scoreboard, not this over here, not that over there. Here is where we are, for better or for worse. And I think we've accomplished something pretty remarkable.
He answered my question.
Trustee Wilson.
Scoreboard.
I do. Number 5, I think the next slide. With the 5 guaranteed transfers. Do y'all have a list of universities y'all are gonna target or, okay?
Yes,
Are they already our partners that take our transfer?
to me, the word partner means
I mean,
specific.
my bad.
As Dr. Kishvala
Dr.
is learning,
Kishvala, could you?
as Dr. Kishvala is learning, to me, when I call someone my partner, it looks like my friend. It's a
Okay,
very big deal, right?
right.
We're finding out.
A
who
lot of
wants
it's not
to be
your
our
friend.
partner, who wants to be our partner. But the way we're starting is where our students naturally go right now.
Mhm.
Those are the first people that we're approaching
Okay.
and saying, we do something like this.
Is there a timeline on? Probably not. How long y'all gonna negotiate? Or if you can't get
That's
to
it, you know.
a meet and then y'all gonna just move on to the next
That was the
person?
conversation 2 days ago.
I'm just asking because you don't want to be all year trying to negotiate some.
Correct,
know,
but as Dr.
uh-huh.
Kishvala has noted to me, there's also sort of a patience, a newness to
How
this,
long you gonna wait?
right? Like there's a newness to this because this is unheard of,
Right.
right? And so when you show up to universities and you're like, let's do this thing, we have a lot of energy behind this,
Mhm.
right? And so we have to let them, I think as Trustee Stoma would say, we have to socialize them to this and give them an opportunity to think about it. Because I'm much more of your inclination, which I gotta keep moving.
Right.
Like I'm
like-
gonna move on to the next one.
But our
Dr.
students are already transferring to these
Hey, you're correct.
places, so you're not losing, in my opinion. It's
Correct,
just
but right now,
they're not-
there's really no consequence really to either institution for a student that transfers with classes that don't count.
Right.
With this, there will be. And
Okay,
that's
right.
that's kind of the, okay,
Next.
so. But one of the things that I really want to sort of show the board, like this is really sort of a give and take between myself and Chancellor's cabinet members, right? Because Dr. Kishvala is the executive vice chancellor of academics. That's her area. She has expertise that I don't. And so we have to work together to sort of do what's best for the institution. Just like Dr. Bien said, you know, they have to tell me no every once in a while. And more importantly, I have to listen or else they'll stop telling me. So this is part of the growth of the institution itself.
I just want to see what's the timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna
Thank you, Chancellor, and your cabinet, your team members. It is a lot of work. Those performance measures that you have there are tangible measures that we actually get to see the good stuff that you guys are doing. I mean, I was making notes here, by fiscal year 31, every full-time employee pay livable wages for them, mental health and wraparound services, good stewards of taxpayers' money, free fuel for finals. I love that. Free fuel for finals for those days, transfer partnerships. I mean, those are really good goals that you guys are accomplishing. And so I just want to really thank you and your team for all the hard work that you guys are doing to ensure that this institution remains the best that it can be, but also to highlight and in some way offer the best to our students. Thank you very much.
Sorry, you said 2031. I was like, what? That's a long time.
We 2026 right now.
Yeah. I'll almost be old enough to run for president. And hopefully we'll be able to celebrate and quote unquote pop some bottles before 2031. I'm sure we'll hit some of these goals before then. But and then regarding the scoreboard, all joking aside, my question is for everybody to know that this is what we're using to track